Hey friends, my name is Jackson and welcome back to my channel, Gender Not Found. Um, it's kinda late, but I'm still gonna try and do the video, or at least it's kinda late, so I'm gonna try and do part of the video at least. um, I have a bunch of posts saved for a new video for Best of Redditor Updates. I have a couple of other videos planned for the last month of the year. I can't believe it's the last month of the year. But anyway, I wanted to talk about holy shit. Okay. Anyway, so I'm gonna start a new video, Best of Redditor Updates, and I have a couple of other videos. I'm probably gonna try and do one or two more videos this year after this one. But as far as like making it's probably just gonna be like Reddit videos, and I'm gonna do a vlog and stuff. But a lot of my big projects are delayed until the new year. Like when I started having my balance issues, a lot of projects that I was working on got pushed back, like the Little Mermaid review and the review of that show that I keep talking about that I want to review the first season of. I really want to review that stuff, but it had to be pushed back because I'm dealing with my balance issues right now, and I'm dealing with some other stuff. And if you guys have seen my community posts, you know I'm trying to make healthier eating choices, which is difficult. And I'm trying to figure out how to make the volume louder on the UCam because my last couple videos have been a lot quieter than um my previous videos. So they've been like somewhat quieter, like I can tell at least. They're not super quiet, but anyway, um I'm gonna start reading Reddit posts now. So and this one's gonna be Best of Redditor Updates. And I do want to explore some new subreddits. Like I found a bunch of new subreddits to explore, but all that stuff is delayed till the new year. Oh my god, I can't stop yawning. Um all that stuff is delayed until the new year. Like all the new subreddits, all my big projects, most of it's or all of it's been delayed until the new year just because it's exhausting and I have a lot going on and I'm trying to deal with my balance issues right now and fucking figure out what I'm gonna do. And anyway, I have a lot going on, so I'm just trying to deal with my problems and so as far as physio, I did get an appointment and the lady gave me some exercises to essentially do at home. So I don't have to go to physio like 3 times a week, and I don't have to go to physio like son of a bitch. I don't have to go to physio 3 times a week. I can just do these exercises at home. And she um got me to do some exercises there and looked at my reactions and like looked at everything and explained everything like really clearly to me so that I can like do whatever I need to do to fix it. So don't I don't yeah, anyway, so that's what happened. And I don't know. I'll probably do some kind of log of updates once I'm feeling better, like once I'm not feeling so anyway. Um so I'm gonna read uh um I'm gonna read some stories now. I'm definitely not gonna finish this video tonight, but tomorrow I just have my support with Erica in the morning and my support with my support worker in the morning, and then I'm gonna like try and yeah, I just have my support with my support worker in the morning, and then gonna I'm gonna record more in the afternoon if I feel like it. because like I said, I have like a lot going on, and I'm just and I'm feeling super stressed out, and if I don't feel like recording a video, then I'm not gonna anyway. So, um, update, ghosted for the first time ever, twice in a row, struggling hard mentally after this last one. Twice in a row? That sucks. Um, okay. And for this one, the person posting this says, I am OP. The original sub doesn't allow standalone updates, just a weekly comment thread, so I thought I would post here in case anyone missed it. And the last subreddit I did was r/confessions, because that's what you guys voted for. But once I start like exploring new subreddits, I'm gonna have more of those polls to choose between like more than one subreddit, so you guys can pick whatever subreddit you think I should read from next. Um, anyway, but I do want to check out some new subreddits because there's a whole bunch that I haven't even read yet, that have really good stories, and I want to read them. But I've been reading. I've definitely done the most videos with r/best of Redditor updates, and I love r/confessions too. But I have a shitload of posts saved, and some of them are already some of them I already have saved from the other new threads that I want to explore, or the other new subreddits that I want to explore. So anyway, this original post was posted in r/dating over 40, and it was posted November 11th, 2023. Okay. Trigger warnings, infidelity, mood spoilers. I'm not going to read that because that's going to kind of be kind of a spoiler for the end. It says spoiler, so I don't want to. Okay, so ghosted for the first time ever, twice in a row, struggling hard mentally after the last one. I know this gets talked about a lot, but I am brand new to being ghosted. Happened a few months ago. Talked to the jerk face for a month via text. He drove an hour to see me on my birthday and after sex. I know my fault for doing it in the first meeting in person. He ghosted. I was appalled but got over it pretty quickly. Took a break a few weeks from OLD. Hang on. I don't know what OLD is. It's probably something about dating, but I don't know what that stands for. People posted these acronyms, and I don't really know what that stands for. Some kind of dating. Oh, well, probably online dating, right? Yeah, that's probably it. Um, by the way, my TV that I got as a replacement for my old TV, it has a feature where it turns itself off after like a short amount of time, like 5 or 10 minutes. So, like, if you just leave it and then as long as you're not watching anything, like it doesn't turn off in the middle of a show, but like if you're not using the TV for anything and you're like disconnected, then it'll turn off after a few minutes. It's really cool. Um Took a break a few weeks from online dating, and then when I jumped back on, I met the latest ghost. We clicked right away, texted all day, every day from wake up to sleep. We hung out a few times, all went amazing with him texting as he left, with tons of OMG, you are so beautiful, I already miss you type of texts. We then had sex, and inside I was terrified that he was going to ghost me like the last guy, but to my joy, he again was texting me within minutes of leaving about how great it was, etc. We continued the all day long text conversations and see each other again a week after our first hookup. The visit was awesome, ended with a 5 minute goodbye at the door with talks of how much we like each other in between kisses. When he drove away, I didn't know it yet, but my worst fear was about to come true. He was about to be a ghost. He is military. I know most of you will scream at your screen and tell me right there is my answer that soldiers do it all the time. I live outside a military base. I hear stories about all the shitty soldiers all the time. Anyways, the day prior he was on 24-hour duty, so this latest visit was a few hours into his 24-hour day off that follows. I didn't get the text as he left like I had before, but figured it was due to him being extremely tired from 24-hour duty and let it be so that he could get some sleep. He left that day at 11:30 a.m. Around 3:30 p.m., I sent a quick text letting him know I hoped he was getting good sleep and went about my day. At almost 5 p.m., I opened my texts up and see that he has read receipts on the message about around 3:45 p.m. Now that was weird. He had never left me on read before, but again figured maybe he woke up to pee and read it and went back to sleep. No biggie, just sent another one that said, "You good?" and again went about my day. I got off work by 7 p.m., and by this time my anxiety was starting to boil up in my chest. He hadn't read my latest message, just sent him one saying, "Just got off work." I checked it every hour to see if he read it, and that increased rapidly as my anxiety did and led to a pretty rough night of overthinking and going into a complete panic. In my desperate need to get a response, I sent goodnight at 9 p.m. I managed to get some sleep and was up at 7:30 a.m. and told myself I would for sure have my daily morning text that he would send me before PT. PT? I don't know. Okay, whatever PT stands for. If you guys know, put it in the comments because I don't know. At 5:30 every single day since we met. I lied to myself because when I looked at my phone there was nothing and nothing had been read. So I sent off an "I'm worried about you" text and forced myself into my day battling my own thoughts as I think I knew deep down it was happening, but kept trying to reassure myself it was not. 30 minutes into work now, 11 a.m., and I get a lovely "we are laying off due to downsizing budgets, blah, 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 and we have to let you go" meeting. So I closed my computer in shock, grabbed my phone, hoping with everything there was some indication of him acknowledging me, because at that moment I really needed the comfort that I got from him when we talked. I got my indication. It was in the form of my last message, sent from my iPhone to his, not saying delivered. If you don't know what that means, it means you're blocked. Shit, okay. I don't know because I have a Samsung, not an iPhone. I have a Android. I had an old ex that would block me at random times to cheat, so I knew all too well what it meant. I broke down. I just lost my job and him at the same time. Throughout the day, I sent a few more texts praying that word delivered would show up, but it never did. Google was wishy-washy on whether or not it really means you're blocked when it doesn't say delivered, so of course it just gave me false hope. It has been a few days now. I stopped reaching out the day I lost my job, which was this past Wednesday, our last visit being Tuesday. No response from him at all. I spent the last few days crying. I'd say about 70% over him and 30% over the job thing, off and on, asking multiple friends their opinions, etc. In not one of my final moments, I apparently thought me having the last word would seal this um would seal this sorry. I apparently thought me having the last word would seal this whole event up nicely and I can wipe my hands of it and move on. So that horrible idea led to me sending him a message via my Text Now number that went like this. Text Now is like an app, I think. "Hi, it's me. And this is my second number. I'm sorry for all the texts I sent the other day. I was recently ghosted, and when I didn't hear from you after sex, and when I didn't hear from you after sex and us hanging out, I panicked. Then, while worrying about you, I got laid off from my job, making me want to hear from you for comfort. So again, I'm sorry. That is truly out of character for me, and I feel terrible. Now, with that being said, I have been very clear about how much I like you, and if you felt differently, why didn't you just tell me? I did not deserve to be ghosted. I definitely did not deserve to waste my tears crying over it, or the time spent wondering what the fuck happened that would make you ghost me. But here you are now. Here we are, you now a ghost of my past, and me just another notch on your bedpost. You know, hurting good people just to avoid a conversation isn't a good look. Do better. Have a good day." I'm like 99.99999% sure he got it. It was for a number he didn't have, so no way it was blocked. Did he read it? Who the fuck knows? Did he respond? Of course not. That would be too mature for his cowardly ass to do. Am I over it? Fuck no, not even close. What the fuck is wrong with me? I had to delete all our messages and pics from my phone, because if I caught a glimpse of either, I would cry. I have this gut-wrenching empty feeling inside me that just won't go away, because I am so damn sad. I got my last word that I, for some reason, just had to have, thinking it would help me move on, yet of course it did not. How the hell do I get past this? Why the fuck can't I get over it? This pussy of a man had me wondering what was wrong with me. What did I do wrong, shattering my self esteem? Him ghosting me says way more about who he is as a person than it does me. I know this. I know this, but why the fuck can't I get over him? Ugh. So that's my story. Sorry it was so long. My fellow Redditors have always had my back and have helped me through some heavy shit before. So here I am again, at all of your mercy and ready to face any judgment in hopes that y'all can help me through this or teach me, hopefully gently, I'm fragile right now, what I did wrong to learn from it. You didn't do anything wrong. Like, this has happened to me before. Not really with, well, actually, it happened to me once with a guy I met online, and then we were supposed to meet for a first date, but he never showed up, and he, like, stopped messaging me on the app and he just kind of ghosted me. But like, I didn't really care if he wants to be an asshole because like I didn't really have any emotional connection to him. Like he seemed nice on the app, but then, obviously if you've gone on a bunch of dates and you like really connect with this person, then you're gonna feel like more of a stronger connection to them than if you just send a few messages on an app and you're gonna like meet up for your first date or whatever, so I don't really care. But the part where it really hurt, where I'll never understand why. So I had this friend when I was in New Path. It started when I was in New Path, but then it kind of continued after a little, somewhat. But the problem is like after we were in New Path, because it seemed like we were really clicking in New Path and we were like really, really good friends. Like she was always really nice to me, but then it didn't work out. But then after we left New Path, it seemed like I was always the one contacting her first, even though, if I saw her out in public, she would always be like, "Oh my God, it's you," and say hi to me and like be super nice to me. So I don't know if she was faking it or what happened, but essentially, our friendship went on. I think it was like I was probably 21 or 22 when this happened, but like the last time we saw each other, I went there. She was working at our local mall, and I went there. Son of a bitch. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, sorry, my mom just sent me a freaking text. Anyway, I'm gonna have to edit this a little bit down because I have to cut out the mall. The I have to cut out uh the 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 title of the mall or whatever. I don't know what the fuck to call it, but I don't want that in the video. But anyway, I met her at a local mall and she was working there and I had just gone there with my mom. But anyway, the um the thing that I was saying about was like the thing I was saying about was that I the last time I saw her, she was at the local mall. She was working there and I went there with my mom and she got like really excited and she was like, "Oh my God." And up to this point, it was always me texting first. Like I was always texting her. I was always trying to make plans with her, but she never texted me first. And anyway, so when I met her when she was working at the mall, she was like really excited to see me and she said she would text me, so I decided to actually hold her to that this time. um so anyway, I was saying that like she was she said she would text me, so I decided to like wait for her to text me because she said she would text. So I was like, "Okay, fine. I'll wait for you to text me first." And she never did, and that was like 7 or 8 years ago, like a really really long time ago. And then after a few years I did try and text, and then throughout I think until like maybe until 2019. It was before the pandemic. It was definitely before the pandemic that I But I think until around 2019, I would try to tag her in some Facebook posts too every once in a while, and she never like responded to that or talked to me. So, eventually, I think, yeah, it was probably 2018 or 2019 when I just gave up and I just unfriended her and blocked her on Facebook, and I blocked her number and everything and just deleted her number and deleted everything because, like, why do I need friends like that? Like, if you can't text me once in 7 years, I don't want literally anything to do with you. Like, it's not that hard to just text someone to check in, and I don't know why. I don't know if she didn't feel the same bond with me that I felt with her. I don't know if I did something wrong that she doesn't want to be friends with me anymore, but it fucking sucked, and whatever. Like, I've gotten over it now, but, for that, um, yeah. So anyway, there's that. Um, okay. And now we're gonna move on to the update, and that was okay. Anyway, so the update to so this the next part says update to being ghosted for the first time twice. And this was posted a couple weeks later, 11 November 25th, 2023. Okay, so it's been a couple weeks since the ghosting, and obviously I moved on. Ugh. I realized that I was more upset about the fact that it happened to me than having anything to do with him. The more my friends and I discussed it, I found myself being angry over the act of being ghosted by someone I like than actually missing him. The day I posted, it had just happened, so I know a lot of y'all commented about how I could be so upset over him knowing him a month. Hell, I thought the same, but now I was over him after like a day or two. So, anyways, on to why there is an update. Last night I got a text that says hey from a number with his area code. He has a different area code than me, and I deleted his number, so it was no longer a contact in my phone. I think it's him. Oh boy, it sure as hell was not him. It was his fucking wife. He is married. She was angry at me at son of a bitch. Stop texting me. Holy shit. Sorry, my mom's texts keep popping up and it's getting in the way of my story. Holy shit. Okay, he is married. She was angry at me at first until she realized I had no idea he was married. He told me they weren't together. He told me they weren't together. They co-parent, and even as far as she was in a relationship with a woman now, she She asked me a lot of questions and I answered them all honestly. She asked for texts, so I sent her an entire text thread from day one to the ghosting, not without warning that she really didn't want to read them, that it wasn't just physical cheating, but emotional as well and sometimes pretty steamy. Steamy. She thanked me, but she still wanted them, so I sent them. She also told me that the day he came over, the same day he ghosted me, she caught him before he came to my house. This lying piece of shit came over here after being caught cheating and had sex with me and fed me lovey-dovey bullshit, knowing damn well his ass was caught by his wife. So now the question as to why I was ghosted had been answered. At the end of it, she thanked me for the proof, my time, and my honesty, and she said she's got it from there, and that was it. I am very angry. I would never, ever, ever be the other woman, and he forced me to be. I'm disgusted. Go away. Yeah, whatever. Blah, blah. Sorry, this is bugging me. My text, ever since I got this new freaking, for a while, I can't remember if it's since I got the phone or whatever, but my phone does this thing where the little text bubble pops up in the middle of my screen and it's really fucking annoying. So now every time my mom sends me a text, it pops up and it shows the text also, and it's really fucking annoying as hell. So I have to get rid of it now. Ugh. And I have to like click on it and drag it towards the X at the bottom. It's fucking obnoxious. Like, why can't it just pop up at the top like it usually does? Okay, anyway, sorry, I keep getting interrupted. I would never, ever, ever be the other woman, and he forced me to be. I'm disgusted. I know this is all his fault, and I still feel fucking horrible. They have kids. I hope she stays strong and not only divorces his ass, but reports him to his boss in the military. Aside from that, everything else in my life seems to be crashing around me. No luck getting a new job, the car broke down, all my info got breached, and I got hacked all to hell with banks, accounts, emails, you name it, so I have much heavier shit to deal with right now. This was just icing on the damn cake. Hopefully I make it through this. You'll make it through this. Too long didn't read. He is a giant piece of shit. Reminder, I am the original poster, setting this to be concluded for now. If anything else comes of it, I will update my profile. Okay. Sorry about all your like issues, but if I can't get a job, I can't get a job either. Not because I just can't get a job. I mean, I can't get a job, but like also I just have the I have those mobility issues, so it's gonna be nearly impossible to find a place that will find it acceptable to be walking that slow and to have those problems. So I just can't also, it's just gonna be way too stressful for me. I'm still getting my snake. I have like a savings plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she also said all her info got hacked, which sucks. My bank account got hacked. I think it was early this year, like in January or February of this year. I can't remember. Someone remind me when I post the vlog about getting hacked. Someone remind me when I posted the vlog about getting hacked. Anyway, I'm gonna try and do another story and maybe a third one, and then I'll just save the rest for tomorrow. Also, my alarm might go off, and I'm gonna take a second to take my pills.
Uh,
Okay. Am I the asshole for not taking out my wife's dog? This is also from OOP, and again, j- I just oh, it's not from OOP. It's from It was also from Best of Reddit Updates. That's what I meant to say. Anyway, I just wanted to like point that out. But it's also from Best of Reddit Updates because that's what this video is. But I just wanted to say to just assume, unless I say it's from OP, that whoever is posting the story is not OOP. Like this person says they're not OOP, but I specifically said the other person was OP because they posted that specifically. Because usually when people post on here, it's not from the OOP, it's someone else posting it. Anyway, so this was originally posted to m I the asshole, obviously, which is another subreddit that I'm gonna check out. I've already had a few posts that were on Best of Reddit updates. They came from Am I the Asshole, like in other videos and stuff, and I definitely want to check that one out. It's one of the most popular subreddits that people read. It's also a super popular subreddit for what's his name, r slash, who's one of my favorite Reddit YouTubers, who he, along with a few other YouTubers that I love, actually gave me the idea to start doing this. And I also just want to say that um he also introduced me to r slash best of Reddit updates because he started reading from there. So without him, I may have never found this subreddit. Anyway, am I the asshole for not taking out my wife's dog? And trigger warnings on animal neglect. Okay, so the original post is November 24th, 2023. Some months ago, my wife kept nagging about getting a dog. I call it nagging because I said I didn't want to get a dog right now. We needed the money for something else, and we have 3 kids. One has medical issues. Oof. Okay, that's a lot. We are already stressed. I think if you get a pet, you should have like a healthy savings for their vet bills. Like that's what I posted in a few places that I like when I posted pre in another like this was a couple of months back, but I posted about getting a snake, and I also posted that I was gonna wait until I had like a decent amount of money in my savings account, like $900, $1,000, $1,200, something like that. And people were commenting saying, why are you waiting, like why do you need to spend so much on a snake? Because you can literally get a Kenyan sand boa for like $200. So I had to explain that, like, first of all, they need a fucking tank, and that's not cheap. Like the cheap ones that I found at PetSmart, they're like $150 to $200 at least. So yeah, they can live in a 40-gallon, but still, that shit ain't cheap. And, I was gonna try and get it from the reptile store, but it's actually like $450 for a 40-gallon at the reptile store. So now I have to go to PetSmart, which I really don't like doing. But unfortunately, there's not really much else I can do. Like, there's not a cheap place to get a 40-gallon tank for a snake. So anyway, I'm gonna go to the PetSmart and pick up the tank. But I had to explain like about I wanted to have a healthy savings for vet bills. Like I want to have at least $400 or $500 squirreled away in case something happens to the snake. Like I don't know. I mean, I'm getting it from the that really good reptile store that I found that's like far away. It's like in it's I'm not gonna like say places or anything, but like it's like an hour or so away from me, so getting there to get the snake and getting back is going to be a complicated scenario. So like I just wanted to make sure that um I don't know why people thought that I wouldn't have a vet savings ready for my snake. Like I would do that for any animal that I had. Well, I mean, except tarantulas, because when I was first looking into getting a tarantula, I found out you can't really take them to the vet because, even an exotic vet isn't going to know what to do. Most of them aren't trained in tarantulas. I got to take my pills and then I'll explain. But I don't know why people were just like, oh, well, you can just get a snake. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna have a snake in my house without a tank, without anything in it. Like, I'm just gonna have a snake free roam in my house without like a vet savings plan. Sure, that's what I'm gonna do because the way people reacted to my post made it seem like I was just gonna have this snake like roaming, slithering around my house or whatever, and like just not have a vet plan in place. By the way, the exotic vet who took care of my rats, my mom says she knows what vet that is, and I asked her several times what the vet is, and she says she doesn't remember the actual name, but she does remember the vet, so I'm gonna get her to remember the name because I'm pretty sure they'll probably be able to take care of my snake. So I'm looking for like an exotic vet in my area, so I don't have to drive an hour away just to take it to the vet. Especially in like an emergency situation, that's either going to be a really expensive Uber ride or it's going to require like a lot of driving from my mom, and I really don't want to have to deal with that. If my snake is having an emergency, I want to be able to get it to the vet as quickly as possible, which is another reason that it's better to have a vet near you. Anyway, I took my meds, so I'm just gonna okay, so we were already stressed, but she kept saying she wanted one because she had one when she was a kid and because she was so stressed with life and work. And you think a dog is gonna help with that? A dog is a lot of fucking work. So, like when I was a kid, when I was, well, not a kid, but when I was like 19, we got this dog and it was like a family dog, but I made it really clear that I like didn't want anything to do with him because I have dog related trauma from when I was a kid, and also just like I was stressed out. I was already dealing with all my own shit and I just didn't want to deal with the dog right now. Actually, it might have been earlier. I think I was, yeah, maybe I was like 16 or 17 because we had him for like a decade and he was put down at the beginning of 2020. So, I think I yeah, I think it was like yeah, I think it was, if I'm remembering correctly, it was like after we got out of foster care when I was in New Path, either when I was in New Path or like before I went to New Path. But anyway, the dog was a lot of fucking work. That's all I'm saying. Like, if you have a lot of stress in your life, a dog isn't really gonna help with that because I mean, yeah, dogs can be great for depression, but like, I have my tarantulas because they're easy and they don't require a lot of stress and they don't require a lot, and I don't have to stress about taking them for walks every day and like playing with them and shit. Like, I can just look at them whenever I feel down. Like, I don't have to play with it or anything. I don't have to play with my tarantulas. In fact, they're better off just being left alone. They don't like being taken out. They don't like hanging out with people. They're just like chilling in their enclosures, much like I just like hanging out in my house. Like, I leave to go to the store or like to go to the movies, but mostly I don't like to go outside because that's where the people are and that stresses me out. But like dogs are really complicated. They require a lot. They require a lot of care. They're like they can be good for depression, I guess, but like yeah, they can be good for depression. They can help you out, but like if you're super stressed, I don't recommend getting a dog. That really isn't gonna like it's just gonna give you more responsibilities to have to deal with. It's gonna be like a lot. But I love my tarantulas and they don't require anything from me. Well, maybe saying they don't require anything would be like for my millipedes and snails, I change their food dish every couple of days. I give them fresh fruit and veggies, mostly veggies. You're not supposed to give them a whole lot of fruit because that can be problematic. But I give them some like fresh fruit and veggies. For my tarantulas, I feed them crickets like once a week, usually feeding days on Saturday or Sunday. I buy the crickets on Saturday and then feed them either that night or the following day. Um, and then yeah, I've got like the water dishes to refill, but it takes me like 5 minutes to do everything I need to do for them. So like they barely require anything from me. It also doesn't cost me much to feed my tarantulas and my snails and my millipedes, like even when I'm buying fresh fruit or veggies. And now I'm actually buying fresh fruit or veggies for myself. So I've just been giving them like I'll cut up like a carrot stick or something when I go to eat carrots, and like when I go to change out their food dish, because I've already got carrots in the fridge because I bought carrots for myself. So I'll just like cut up a carrot stick and then let them eat it. And when I say a carrot stick, I mean like a small one, like the mini carrots or whatever. Like I'm not talking about like a huge ass carrot stick. But anyway, so anyway, she kept looking for a dog and even contacting a seller without telling me. All I'm saying is having a dog can be really stressful and like a lot of work. So, it was a lot of stress for me and I didn't want to take care of the dog at the time. So, yeah, I couldn't deal with that because I was dealing with all my own shit and it was just like I was super stressed already. I didn't want to add the responsibility of taking care of a dog on top of that. She kept looking for a dog and even contacting a seller without telling me. She told me the same day of the deal that she only had hours to say yes or no. I finally told her that she could do what she wants, but I will not be responsible for the dog. I take care of my kids and our home, but not the dog. She bought it, it's been a couple of months, and my wife realizes it's not easy to have a dog now. Exactly. That's exactly what happens. That's why I said I don't want anything to do with a dog, because I already had a dog when I was a kid, and then I didn't want anything to do with the dog because I already knew how stressful taking care of a dog would be. I was like, okay, fine, get a dog, but it can be your responsibility. Like, I would pet him every once in a while, but like, it was also complicated because I had that dog related trauma or whatever, but he actually helped me through that. He, I'll actually be forever grateful to him for helping me to realize that I can love a dog again, and like dogs are actually amazing. He was the sweetest little thing too. He would just come up and lick my hand and then, ask for attention, and sometimes we'd use him as like a mop. Like if we dropped something in the kitchen, we'd be like, "Hey Dasher, come to the kitchen and clean up." And then he'd just like lick it up, Obviously, we wouldn't give him anything that could kill him like chocolate, not purposely. But I'm pretty sure I did tell you guys the story about that one New Year's where I accidentally left some chocolate out and he got into it. He was totally fine, by the way. My sister was really upset and crying at the time. Like, she was upset because she thought I killed her dog. She was yelling at me that I killed her dog. I don't blame her for it. I mean, she was like 11 or 12 at the time. So, yeah, she was really young and like she I mean, I'm not saying what she did was okay, but like yelling at people isn't okay. But like she thought she was gonna lose her dog, and I was actually really upset over it too because I thought I fucking killed her dog. But then the dog was fine, like he didn't even have diarrhea or anything. I'm just glad that, but I'm glad that the dog was okay because he ate a lot of that chocolate, and he was a small dog too. He was like a Dachshund mixed with something else, but we weren't sure. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. You know what? I'm not sorry. I like telling these personal stories. And you know what? I miss my fucking dog. I miss the dog. I like he I didn't want anything to do with him at first, but like eventually, yeah, he did become like my dog too. He was awesome. Whether or not I took care, whether or not I helped to take care of him, I thought he was a great dog, and he really he was the one who helped me realize that I can actually love a dog again. I was really grateful to him for that. I'll be really happy forever for that. Like, he helped me. I mean, I still can't buy a dog and look after a dog by myself, but, you know, dogs are awesome. And I'm really glad, and I can pet him again. Like if someone has a dog, I'll go up and pet him. And my mom even said, like, I'm pretty sure it was a few months ago when we were at the last expo that there was some dogs there, and then she said, "Oh, I'm really happy to see you just going up and petting and interacting with the dogs because there's a time when you wouldn't even do that." And yeah, I did have a lot of pet related trauma as a kid, and I had trouble getting through it. And Dasher really helped me though. Even though I said I didn't want anything to do with him, he did really help me through that part in my life. He was seriously the sweetest dog, and I'm gonna miss him forever. Like, I seriously miss him though. He was the best. He was the best. Anyway, um, okay, I'm back. Sorry, I don't know what the fuck happened there. Anyway, I'm just gonna read that last little part again just in case. I feel bad at times, but I also feel that it's my wife's responsibility. She's been talking about selling him, although I don't think she will. Am I the asshole for not taking care of him more? No, dude, you're not the asshole. You clearly said it was her responsibility. And it's not like when you get like your 5-year old a hamster or something and you're like, well, you have to take care of it. I'm not going to take care of it for you. So, you know what? Then it's not your responsibility. She's not a 5-year old with a hamster. She's a fucking adult and she's old enough to do her adult responsibilities. She's old enough to take care of a fucking dog. And if you get a pet, you should know what fucking goes into it and you should be ready to take care of a pet. Like if you're an adult with a kid and you want to get your kid a pet, then fine. That responsibility falls on you if your kid decides, I don't want to take care of it anymore. But that only goes up to like a certain age. I'd say when they're 15 or 16, you don't do that anymore. You just like, okay, either you take care of the pet or we have to sell the pet. So I'm pretty sure this was like last year, I think, but I saw a post about someone who was like 16 and asking about a snake and how to show some responsibility so that their parents will think they're ready to take care of a snake. And then they had like a whole thing laid out, like a chart of money and how much they would be spending on the snake and like how much they would be putting in savings and like also just a chart of everything that needed to be done and like a journal. And they'd also taken on some part-time jobs and shown a lot of good responsibility around taking care of the snake. And you know so they were just asking some extra advice to try and take care of a snake. But if my child had done that much research and had and had that entire layout, I would just be like, you know what, fuck it. You've obviously done your research. You're obviously ready for this. You got a part-time job, so you can take on the responsibility. So you know what, have your fucking snake. There you go. Enjoy. And then, at that age, you don't take care of the animal if they don't want to take care of it. But as far as that goes, like, there are exceptions. Obviously, like if your kid is really sick or something, like when I had my rats, I was having a lot of trouble like with the cage and stuff just because my arm was really hurting for uh pretty much pretty much up until I think February or March, like late February, early March, somewhere around there. Like shortly before I moved out, my arm was feeling better and I was like totally fine. But, it still was hurting a lot while I was recovering. And even though I was doing normal things again, I still got my mom's help with like cleaning the cage and stuff. So that wasn't an issue when my mom understood that was because of my hurt arm. Like if I have rats again, obviously, I don't have a broken arm this time, so I can clean out the cage. Like I'm just saying that's an exception if your kid is sick or something. Like, if my kid was throwing up, if my kid was doing all the responsibilities for the dog, but then one day she had, like, I don't know, food poisoning or something, and she was having diarrhea and throwing up, I'm not gonna make her take the fucking dog on a walk. But I'm just saying, like, there are exceptions to that, obviously, but like for the most part, if your kid is mostly like almost an adult, or if they're an adult, then they can take care of their own pets. Like, obviously, there were still some pets that my mom wouldn't let me have in the house. Like, if I was still living with her, I probably would have had no problem with the snails. I may have been able to convince her on the millipedes, but no way would she have said yes to the tarantulas, especially not four of them. And the ones that I chose, because the two curly hairs are really big and fuzzy, and I know she's just, they make her like nervous. Like, I know she probably wouldn't use that word, and if I was there, she'd probably be all like, "Oh, they don't make me nervous," and she'd like try to correct my language. But whatever, I'm saying anyway. But I'm just saying, like, if you, as a parent, if you don't want to allow a certain animal in your house because it's your house, you don't have to. Like, if you're scared of spiders, then maybe your kid doesn't, then your kid is like 19 or whatever and they want a spider, okay, then they can't have a spider until they move out of your house. That's fair. But like, if you, as far, but like, as far as that goes, I would never let my kid get a pet, um, because I would never want to take on the responsibility of that. So like, if I had, I probably will never have like a human kid, but I know I have my stuffed animals. But anyway, if I ever did have a kid and they wanted a pet, then I wouldn't let them get one until they were like, I don't know, 16 and old enough to take on that responsibility. And they had already like gotten a part-time job, were taking on some extra chores, doing the research, showing that they could handle that responsibility, then I would be okay with that. But like, other than that, I would just like leave it be. Um, so anyway, uh as far as that goes, I don't want them to get a pet because, I can't take on that responsibility, especially a dog, and that's what most kids usually go for. I'm not taking on the responsibility of a dog. I'm sorry. It's not nothing personal. It's just my dog related trauma, okay? So just chill out. I don't like Anyway, I'm just saying, like, whatever happens, I would probably not let them get a pet. I might let them get like a snake or something, or a lizard if I was willing to take on the responsibility for that. That'd probably be no problem. But as far as a dog and a lot of other animals, then maybe not. And, also just because of destructive properties and stuff. And I don't want my house getting ripped up, and definitely I have to protect my kids over everything. So my priority is my kids and my pets. They're over everything. They come before everything. So anyway, um, as far as that goes, it's all fine and good, but I am going to just leave that there, and I've said what I needed to say. As far as responsibility, it's hers. She is an adult. So, relevant comments. Someone says, "Everyone sucks here. You agreed and you expected it to go to plan. It's not that cold, and to be honest, walking a dog is great exercise and fun, depending on what dog she got. You are also away from the stress of home. It also counts as a chore, and you can take all the kids with you to A, give your wife a break from the kids, and B, make the kids learn how to walk the dog." I don't think that's not right. You shouldn't make your kids like take on the responsibility of a dog that we don't even know if they wanted it. I'm sure the kids like the dog, but as far as making them take on the responsibility, it's your fucking wife's dog, and I would never make my kids take on that responsibility if my partner got an animal that she wanted. No, I'm not gonna force that responsibility onto them. Unless they're like, I want to take the dog for a walk and I want to, do that, and I want to take care of the dog and I want to help out. If they want to take care of the dog, if they want to help out, that'd be great. But as far as that goes, I'm not doing that. If you don't want the dog, it is cruel. He may get behavioral issues and will certainly have a lot of energy. Walking the dog is equivalent to doing the washing and drying up. If you don't show chores, then tough. It's not the dog's fault. I had the same thing. I bought a dog for a girlfriend after she begged, and she brought him back the next day. I shared a flat. That was tough. You have kids to play with it. Just walk it. I cannot understand the people on here that won't walk a dog. A dog is a lot of work and you can't leave it like a cat, but it will love you far more and be loyal. I hate when people say that. I hate when people say dogs love you way more than cats. Shut up. They fucking don't. Cats are amazing. They're so loving. My kitten was the sweetest thing ever. And when I left the house for half a day, she was meowing the whole time because she missed me. She wanted me. And she would always like hang out with me. You know, cats, they literally fucking will sit on your laptop to get your attention because they want to spend time with you. I hate it when people are like, oh, cats don't love you as much as dogs. Ugh, whatever. Anyway, I bet no one's training it either. OP, she is not, and OP says she is not a stay at home mom. We share chores, and many times I do more, which she has confessed herself. Ugh, I hate that. Okay, it's not equal, but anyway, it's all just ridiculous, and I dislike that. And I dislike that the dog is the one who has to fucking suffer. Um, and okay, update November 26th, 2023. A lot of you had good advice about my situation, so I thought that I would give an update. I talked to my wife, and she actually thought about selling the dog. She knew a girl from work that had talked about getting the dog, so I told my wife she should call her, but the girl had changed her mind. My wife then said that she couldn't imagine getting rid of him. Yeah, of course. A lot of you had said I was an asshole for not taking care of him, even though it was my wife's fault for buying him. Even though I had said no, even though most of you said I wasn't an asshole, I felt bad. So I told my wife that I would start taking the dog for walks, but as a favor to her, which I would expect to cash in some way. Not anything sexual, although I wouldn't mind her giving me some more BJs. It's up to you guys to figure out what that stands for, but I would want some massages. I've gotten 2 massages in the 11 years we have been together, even though I love them and have off and give them often to her. To be honest, I don't think I will get it back, but I feel bad for the dog, so I will start taking care of it. So that was the update. Thank you for the advice and your judgment. This is a repost sub. I am not the OOP. Oh my goodness. I would lose a fundamental necessary level of respect for my husband if I explicitly stated I do not want a pet right now and he went ahead and looked for one anyway. I would lose even more respect if he, as a grown adult, got a dog under this stupid impression that would fix all his stress and mental health issues, only to turn around and realize, oh, this is too much work. I can't actually handle this. OP shouldn't have agreed, but it's hard when you have a spouse who consistently ignores your boundaries. At some point, you give up. Similar to coercion. I know, right? It's exhausting. How does somebody that's already stressed with 3 kids and a job thinks, you know what could take the edge off? Getting a living being that's going to depend on me. Aw, my dog died earlier this year. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. My sister keeps bugging me about getting a puppy, but I'm in school and I have a full-time job. I just don't have time for a dog, especially not a puppy. The dog I had was 14 and really didn't need or want much active time, so it wasn't a problem. Although I miss having a companion, I can't imagine trying to manage a puppy or even just an adult dog getting used to a new home while I'm this stressed and busy. Yeah, I had the same kind of situation with my rats. They were senior ratties and they didn't want and need a lot of they didn't want to come out of the cage, which is the funny thing about rats. They need at least an hour, hour and a half outside of the cage every day. So I would try to take them out of the cage. They didn't want to come out. And then once I brought Mocha out, but once I brought Mocha out, I put him in the carrier and then I brought him to the bathroom where I like closed the door and stuff. It was the only place I could take him in my mom's house. I didn't really have another place. Anyway, I took him to the bathroom and then I put him in the bathtub because someone on Reddit suggested I should put him in the bathtub when I mentioned that they don't really like coming out of the cage and having outside the cage time. I put him in the bathtub and he just like started nervously peeing and pooping and stuff. So I just like put him back in the carrier and took him back to the cage and then put him back where he was like a lot more relaxed anyway. And so and then I wiped up the bathtub with like a Lysol wipe. But anyway, they just didn't like coming out of the cage. They won't have any outside of the cage time. They really enjoyed getting pets and treats inside of the cage, so that was where I did most of their loving. I would just like talk to them when they were in the cage. I would give them some attention. I'd give them lots of pets. I'd give them some little treats. I mean, I wouldn't really be doing that if they were baby rats, but they were senior rats and I kind of wanted them to have, I just want, I was careful, but also I wanted them to have extra treats because, they weren't going to last that long and they only lasted like 7 or 8 months, but they were so sweet. They were the sweetest little things, even if they didn't like coming out of the cage. But I did have to take Mocha out of the cage a couple of times and put him in the carrier so I could take him back to the vet. He had allergies, so we were going back and forth to the vet several times. And then, I would give him little pets when he was in the carrier, and he actually boggled at me a couple of times, which is like when their eyes pop in and out and really fast, and it's a sign of like pure enjoyment, like pure bliss from a rat. It was so sweet. He hardly did it, but he did it like slight a couple of times, and it was really sweet. It made me feel so happy as a rat owner. He was the sweetest thing. Nibbles! Well, you can probably guess where he got his name from. He liked to give me little nips, and once he was trying to get a pee from my fingers, and I accidentally fed it with my fingers and not with a flat hand. So he actually bit my thumb, and then it started bleeding, and I dropped the pee, so I had to like get it back and give it to him on a flat hand this time. It was so cute. But no, he was really silly, and he always grabbed aggressively for the snacks. Mocha was a lot more gentle though. They had like completely opposite personalities, but they were still awesome and I loved them. But as far as like not taking responsibility for the dog, the story I just told you guys about how I said to my sister and my mom, yeah, you guys can get a dog, just split up the dog responsibilities because I don't want anything to do with the dog. So my sister um at some point just decided to stop letting the dog out, and at this point we lived in a house and we had the backyard with the balcony door, so I would open so my sister lived in the basement at this time, and I would just open the balcony door to let him out and then to let him back in because he would pee and poo all over the floor otherwise, and my sister wouldn't come upstairs to let him out and she wouldn't take him for walks. So I was just like, fine, I'll fucking do it. And then I would open the cage, not the cage. I would open the balcony door to let him out and then let him back in when he was done, like peeing or whatever. And my sister got mad at me and she would yell at me over Facebook Messenger sometimes, and and she would yell at me, and she would just get really mad at me and she would scream in my face for no reason, even though she wasn't taking care of her dog and I was trying to take care of the dog. Like she wasn't taking care of the dog, and if the dog doesn't have anyone letting him out, sorry, I'm getting riled up. But if the dog doesn't have anyone letting him out, how is that fair to the dog? She was being totally unfair to her dog because she has some fucking issue with me letting him out the balcony. Like I wasn't even taking him for a walk. Literally, I was opening a fucking door, and she got mad at me for that. Ugh. Kind of wish I'd thought of this in the past, but in my mid 20s, I started thinking, well, I could have just stepped out of the balcony and been like, well, if the dog follows me out to do his business, then, you know, there's nothing I can do about that. But, whatever. She's just like a very angry person. Honestly, I love my sister. I'll always love my sister, but I don't like her. I don't like the person she's become. I don't know why she's the way that she is, but I don't like her. I don't like her attitude, and I don't like how she is. I don't like who she is. I don't know why she's acting this way. She is completely just. And yeah, things are over between us. They've been over for almost 2 years now. I know I said I cut her out, not this February, but last February, so almost 2 years ago now. And essentially, I did try and contact her actually. I have like a text that I sent her before I immediately blocked her again because I just didn't want anything to do with her. Because apparently I never apologized for the thing that I did. So I apologize. I asked my mom to send her a really nice apology text that I thought out myself, and something that said, like, I'm sorry, I love you, I would never hurt you on purpose. I think that was about the gist of it. And then I got my mom to send it to her because, I don't want to contact her myself. I have her blocked on everything for a reason. And so I just, like, ended up. But then my sister was like, "Oh, well, if they want to say something, they can contact me themselves." So, anyway, I just sent her a text saying, "I don't want to contact you because you treat me like garbage, and your trauma is not an excuse for the way you treat people." And, like, I'm not gonna, like, get on my phone and read the message, but that's about the gist of it. At least I'm not gonna read it tonight. Maybe I'll read it later in the video, like, when I'm recording tomorrow or whenever. I want to try and do one more story because I have a lot. You're a good person. I've seen too many people get a dog when the timing isn't right and it sucks for everyone. I just lost my elderly dog, but I'm pregnant and I don't want to complicate everything with a puppy. The old dog would have adjusted just fine. High energy puppy isn't the same. I applaud your wisdom. By the way, I follow this guy on Facebook who recently got a dog. Like, before the last couple months he was posting like all these updates about his puppy because he was visiting the puppies when they were first born, and then like throughout the couple of months that he was waiting to take the dog home, and then he finally got the dog and he's had it for a few weeks now, and like he's adjusting and the dog is adjusting. I think he's had it for 3 weeks, about somewhere around there, like 2 to 3 weeks. Alright. um, alright. So this one's also under Best of Redditor Updates, and originally posted to Am I the Asshole? Yay, I love that. Okay, am I the asshole for suggesting calling off the wedding because she thinks the prenup is unfair? Trigger warnings, mention of abortion, MRA tendencies. I have no idea what MRA is. Original post was in the summer, July 29th, 2023. My girlfriend, 26 female, and myself, male 24, have just found out that she is pregnant. She is adamant about not wanting to have a child out of wedlock, so we have been discussing getting married. We've been together for 3.5 years. Prior to finding out about the baby, we had only talked about marriage a little bit. I know she wants to get married badly, but I'm kind of otherwise on the fence. I'm not 100% against it, but definitely not eager or desperate to get married for multiple reasons. For one, my brother just recently got taken to the cleaners by his ex-wife. He pays her like 10K a month in addition to losing some of his properties. And that whole situation terrifies me, and I've never really seen what a marriage provides that makes that risk worth it. To me, it's just the same thing as being together how we are currently, but giving the state permission to be in our relationship. However, now that she's pregnant, I've been more open to it just because I know how much it means to her. So we've started this process, and I'm slowly realizing that I may have bitten off more than I want to chew. While me and my girlfriend love each other very much and are compatible in pretty much every way, our ideas about marriage, the wedding, etc. seem to be a little different. For starters, for the wedding I was thinking maybe we each pick some of our closest people, maybe 10 or so each, I don't know, the number can be a little flexible, and go get married on an island or beach, stay for a week or two or something cool like that so we can have fun and enjoy it. She pretty much wants the exact opposite, massive wedding in a big venue, etc. Now, I don't see anything wrong with that type of wedding. It just seems like such a colossal waste of resources to invite every person we know when we could instead have fun for a week or two, then get married on the beach with our closest people. It doesn't necessarily have to be the beach. I'm flexible. But I think you get the idea she's going for versus the idea I'm going for are completely two different schools of thought. She basically wants to invite every single person she knows, like I've looked at her list, and she's got friends she hasn't seen in years, third cousins, literally everyone. To me, if I'm going to spend a boatload of money, we should do it for ourselves, not people we barely know. We've been talking about compromises and making slow progress on that end, but we are getting there. She knew prior to getting married I would require a prenup. I make about 4 times her salary and own property and plan to acquire more. I had my lawyer draft up a prenup and she has her own lawyer reviewing it. This is where we came to an impasse. Her lawyer believed that the prenup was unfair and we've been going back and forth making changes. I've made some concessions, but I'm kind of at a point where I don't want to make any more. Well, I admit, the prenup is pretty ironclad. I think it's fair considering the situation. I'm taking all the risk. Why would I continue to concede on things me and my lawyer both believe are fair? So, recently we got into a minor argument over wedding stuff in general regarding the prenup wedding, and I was just like, maybe we should just keep things how they are. Of course, she flipped out. We've cooled down since, and she says she still wants to make this happen, but then I need to be more open to compromise. I feel like, given the situation, I've compromised more than I already should have. I talked to my brother about it, and he told me I've compromised more than enough, and to hold firm, and worst case, you stay boyfriend and girlfriend, which is realistically probably better anyway. My sister disagrees and says I'm being a jerk for not working with her more. The way I see it, why would I risk everything I've worked for when I'm not even getting the wedding I want, nor the financial protection I want, just so I can say I'm married? There's just very few tangible benefits I'd be getting in relation to the risk. So, am I the asshole? Edit. Okay, I feel like I made her look bad in the original post. 1. The price of the wedding isn't the problem. The cost of the wedding I want versus what I want are damn near the same amount. It's just the things we want to use that amount for. 2, I don't think she's maliciously going after me, and I do see her as the person I want to spend the rest of my life with her. We are planning on moving in together regardless. However, like I mentioned, the prenup is ironclad. I'm not going to go into the details of the prenup for obvious reasons, but I will say that it probably favors me. The language she wants in the prenup leaves more interpretation to judge. It's nothing necessarily crazy, and from my understanding, somewhat common in prenups, versus the language I want is very precise with things I've specifically outlined regardless of the circumstance. She wouldn't be screwed or anything, and would still probably be doing better financially speaking than she is now. She already does okay for herself, but the prenup is about as strong as it can be, while still being reliably enforceable. And another thing I want to make clear, it's not that I don't want to get married. The idea of marriage and being married to someone you love is cool. I'm not against it like I may have made it sound. If anything, I may be the paranoid one. My parents are divorced. Both my brothers got divorced, my cousins, and etc. I just know how we feel now about each other may not be the case forever, as sad as that may be. In the in that case, in the case that something happens, I don't want to give up a large portion of my assets. I would always support the kid and make sure she has everything they need. It's my child. 3. This isn't a problem with the relationship. If we don't get married, we'll stay together and raise the kid. It's not totally unexpected. I was pulling out, but shit happens. Never rely on pulling out. You should always. I have to plug in my laptop. Anyway, I was saying, don't rely on pulling out. Just get the, don't rely on pulling out. Always wear a condom and use birth control or whatever. I know that's not always it doesn't always work. Anyway, we both acknowledge the risk of getting pregnant and we're okay with the possibility. Um, I never promised her marriage if that was the case. In fact, in the first year of dating, I told her I didn't plan on getting married at all back when we weren't that serious. I say all this to say this isn't something that I've been expecting, and she had never made this much of a fuss about getting married before now. Another thing I noticed, a lot of comments are assuming she would be pregnant at the wedding. We would wait till after the birth. Like when I said she didn't want to have a baby, I when I said she doesn't want to have a baby out of wedlock, I didn't mean it that literate. Like, if we got married a couple months or a year after, it wouldn't be a big deal to her. My mistake. 5. We are in the process of moving in together and are going to raise this baby together, regardless of the outcome of this dispute. Now, I know this is where a bunch of Reddit people call me naive, but the possibility has already been discussed. We do not have any intention of raising the baby in a dual household, and if we did, I would have no problem paying child support. 6. More details about the prenup. Yes, it's ironclad, but it's not unfair. To answer some of the questions people are asking, yes, it guarantees she will have a place to live if we were to get a divorce, and she is guaranteed alimony for a certain period as well. Additional information. I did one more look through this thread, and I saw all your comments. As much as I would love to respond to each one, I sadly don't have the time, but I'll answer some of your questions that I remember seeing in the comments. I can tell you I don't understand finances or how legal documents work very well. I can tell you don't understand finances or how legal documents work very well, so I'll try to break everything down in a simplistic way you can understand. One, yes, a divorce is way costlier than child support. You keep asking for sources, but a lot of this stuff should be common sense, especially for someone with as much life experience as you, especially considering you're a divorced single mom yourself. What? Uh, is he talking to one specific person? Because it makes it seem like he's talking to one specific person. I don't know. Anyways, kind of a little bit like, um, I don't want to say rude, but like harsh, not harsh. I don't know the word. Okay, whatever. I would think you would have some personal experience. Anyways, I'll break this down with simple numbers to make it easy for you to comprehend. Let's say she were to get 2K a month in child support. Average support in Cali is $430 and usually tops out at $800 according to Google, but I wanted to make this example fun for you and leave no room for you to twist the situation. 2,000 monthly support times 12 months in a year, 24,000. 24,000 and 18 years of support is $432,000. Now in a divorce, let things like property are on the table. So let's say she gets one property. Extremely unrealistic. She would definitely get more, but again, just trying to help you understand. So keeping it as simple as I can so you don't get confused. Valued at 500 grand. Again on the low end. Most properties in California go for way more. Let's just say you're not going to find a decent house for $500,000 in California. Now, if you still don't understand, I'll spell it out. Just losing one valuable property is more of a financial loss than child support ever would be, and in most cases, you're not just losing one property if you have multiple. That's not to even mention child support is spread over years, whereas you could lose hundreds of thousands in value in a single day. The losses are in no way comparable, and I'm genuinely curious about the mental gymnastics you could be doing to believe that or if it's that you just don't understand basic finances. Either way, I hope my explanation was able to educate you a little bit. Two, you don't have to get married to have a baby. The fact that you keep implying that is morally wrong when the majority of babies are born out of wedlock is showing your ignorance about reality. Three, as you should know, prenups deemed unfair are often thrown out. My lawyer literally told me any prenup we drew up without alimony would likely be tossed. How is that for a source? Four, I think we are compatible as roommates because, well, yes, she doesn't live with me. She probably stays at my house for 4 to 5 nights out of the week, if not more, some weeks. Half her clothes are over here. The majority of the food she makes is over here. Point being, us living together is not something foreign to us as you like to make it seem. Five, yes, the verdict is totally unanimous. That's why you have 30 plus comments arguing with people in the comments because it's so unanimous based on the fact that you have like 30 separate comments full of long paragraphs arguing with everyone in a situation that you have no part in. You clearly have some bitterness because the situation resonates with you, and for that I'm sorry. I do hope you can find a way to heal and get past your trauma. Best of luck. He's totally talking to one person, but I have no idea who that one person is. Relevant comments. Someone says, actually, he did not. He specifically said with the prenup she would only probably be doing slightly better than okay, which is how she's doing pre-baby with a job. With a job. Doesn't sound like he's interested in putting in the duties as primary caregiver and would probably balk at paying for a caregiver, so she'd end up way worse if the marriage ended, and that's how he wants it to be. OP replies, I would happily pay for a caregiver if she wanted to continue working. As of right now, she said she would prefer to stay home, but she said she may change her mind after the birth. I'm totally fine with either option. Update November 26th, 2023. So my last post ended up getting way more attention than I anticipated, and a lot of you guys DM'd me with advice and asking for an update. Thanks to everyone who reached out with advice. A couple of you guys' stories and pieces of advice are what ended up helping me stand firm on the decision. I tried to respond to some of you, but apologies if I didn't get to you. Also not sure about the rules about updates, so if this isn't allowed, sorry mods, just delete it. First, I'll answer some of the common questions I saw throughout the thread. I realized if I don't specify something, everyone will just fill in the blanks themselves, which I guess I can't be too mad at. 1. Yes, we are both aware of what birth control is and how to use it. For the first 2 years of our relationship, she was on the pill, but told me she wanted to get off of it because it was messing with her hormones. She said I could use condoms if I wanted to, but that didn't last for too long. We both knew and accepted this could potentially happen. Why didn't that last long? 2. Yes, I said she doesn't live with me, but I should have provided more context. Yes, she doesn't technically live with me, but she primarily stays at my place. She has her own apartment, but sleeps at my place at least 4 or 5 nights a week. Sometimes even more. Most of her clothes are over here, the food she makes is over here, etc. I think you get my point. 3. For everyone that keeps saying abortion, she's had the option for that the entire time. I've made that clear to her the whole time. She is choosing this. We live in California, so it's not like it's illegal or anything. When she asked my opinion, I told her I preferred she keep it, but if she wanted an abortion, I would get her one and support her decision regardless. She chose to keep it. I think those were people's main questions. So, on to the update. We ended up having a discussion about the whole marriage thing where we both were able to get our opinions and concerns out there. Just me and her, no lawyers, no anything. It was really helpful because we let both of us get our concerns out there. We we ended up agreeing. Yeah, okay, whatever. We ended up agreeing that the sorry. We ended up agreeing that the whole marriage slash prenup situation was too stressful right now while we were dealing with so many things. Pregnancy, moving in, etc. So we agreed that for now we would focus on the baby and pen the marriage conversation for now. I agreed I would be open to discussing it again in a couple years once everything had settled down, and she ended up being satisfied with that. That was last week, and as of a couple days ago, we finished moving the rest of her stuff to my place. Her lease ends at the end of this month, and all that is left in her apartment is some furniture she plans to give to her family. And since this is my last post about this situation, I'll provide some clarity about why I didn't want to compromise any further on the prenup. The language that my lawyer and I chose to use was very definitive about what would happen in the event of a divorce. On the other hand, hers was not. Again, still not going into details, but I'll say what my lawyer told me. He basically said that if I were to concede the language any further, he could no longer give me a guarantee on what I stand to lose. He said at that point I would pretty much be at the mercy of the judge's interpretation, meaning anything could happen, especially considering the fact that we live in California. For me, that would defeat the entire purpose of the prenup, which is why wasn't willing to concede on it. I actually was willing to concede on the actual wedding plans, but I just couldn't imagine letting a court system that is historically pretty unfair to men have the final say over my assets. I assured my girlfriend that in the event that we separated, I would make sure she was still taken care of, which made her feel better about the whole situation as well. I don't think my problem was necessarily the commitment to her. It was more the fact that someone else would have the final say over everything in the scenario where things go wrong versus myself having the final say, which, as many of you pointed out, means I'm just not ready for marriage. Relevant comments. Someone says, sure, okay, so long as you understand what your stance will engender, your girlfriend slash baby mama will understand that she is largely on her own. Certainly, if she has any sense, she will understand that she must be very prudent with her finances. This means that she needs to work continuously to protect herself. I do hope that you've considered what lump sum to transfer to your girlfriend to reimburse her for the career hit this pregnancy will cause due to diminished energy, having to take on less challenging assignments, distrust by superiors. If the baby is born with special needs, she knows that she cannot be the one to sacrifice her work to take them to medical care. Being, Despite it being the most healthy option, this baby cannot be breastfed since the time and energy would eat away at your girlfriend's work energies unless you plan to reimburse her. You need to prepare to be the parent who stays home whenever the child is ill. You need to prepare to attend the various appointments, meetings, school events, playdates, shop for the birthday presents, throw parties. Your girlfriend cannot afford to jeopardize her financial security since her resources are less than yours. Men feel they've been screwed buy women out to take their money. I just don't think they've calculated all the innumerable small financial hits those opportunistic women took during the course of rearing their children. Certainly, if no children or joint efforts to build a business are involved, then you support you. I support myself is perfectly equitable. OP replies, she's not on her own. I pay for pretty much whatever she needs. I pay for pretty much anything she needs. What a ridiculous, out of touch thing to say, lol. She also is choosing not to work. If she wanted to continue with her career, I told her we could get a nanny or a daycare or whatever. She is adamant about being a stay-at-home mom, which is cool. I totally support it. But you phrase this entire thing like I'm making her do this or making her have the kid. I don't discount the things she will have to give up and sacrifice. I'll always make sure she's taken care of, but I don't think I should be at the mercy of the government or her in the event something goes wrong. And of course I'll do my part in raising the kid. I feel like I've made that clear. This whole thing doesn't read like it was written by a native English speaker. It's also weird that he's so rich at 24. It's possible his family is rich, which does seem likely. However, he says he owns a property already, but he would only be about a few years out of college. Even the birth control that isn't birth control, the way he describes it is so odd. This whole post feels like it was written by a young teenager. That's why it seems so weird to me. Hmm. Interesting. It's very, very clearly family money. Yeah, that's what I thought. We used condoms for a while, but that didn't last. Why? You ran out of condom money? You'd rather spend it on lawyers and a wedding? We both knew and accepted this could potentially happen, like it was a rare freak possibility, a 1 in a million chance or something. If 4 women her age have unprotected sex for a year, 3 out of the 4 of them will get pregnant by the end of it. There's a word for people who rely on the pull-out method. Parents. Yeah, exactly. Don't rely on that method. No, the issue is that they don't actually pull out. If you really do pull out and keep track of your cycle, you'll most likely not get pregnant, but they don't pull out, and they have sex on peak fertility days, and then say pulling out and cycle tracking doesn't work. Pull out for real, use a condom on ovulation days if you're super worried, and you'll be fine. Alright. So, yeah, this was the moment any sympathy I might have had went right out the window. He didn't want to wrap it up or otherwise take methods to ensure she didn't get pregnant. She might have been hoping a baby would get her down the aisle. Everyone sucks here. Same. I was reading through it thinking this was some kind of baby trap on a rich family, even if there were genuine feelings involved. Then I read that line and I lost all sympathy. Even if she is trying to baby trap him, only a fool would walk into that trap then complain. Alright. I knew a girl who wanted to baby trap a guy, told him that she wanted to have a baby with him because his family was very nice, proceeded to ask for unprotected sex, and he accepted anyway. They were both cheating and kind of miserable now. They also have 2 kids. It's wild. I feel so sad for those poor kids. Oh, and this person's flare says there was only og that. Is that a legit flare for this? I'm gonna update my flare um, for this subreddit. That is so cool. I read the Ogtha story, right? Yeah, I think there was an entire fucking I did an entire fucking video about it where I just read the Ogtha story and also the other Ogtha story. I understand why he doesn't want to get married and wants a prenup to protect him, but I really hope she has someone who has told her what it means to be a stay-at-home girlfriend, so she has made this decision knowingly. He says he will take care of her in case they break up, 'cause trust me, bruh, won't last very long when the shit will hit the fan. Even if they get married, I think she'd be crazy to give up her job. The comment from whoever in the update to the OOP nails it. Any woman who gives up her job to stay home and rely on the generosity of her partner screws herself in just about every way, especially if the relationship ends. Oof. Okay. OOP says the prenup favors him, but then later says it's fair. Which one is it? It cannot be both. It's fair to me was definitely the vibe. It favors him, which he believes is very fair. And her lawyer says it's not fair. If I was OOP's girlfriend, I would not be committing my life with him. He said at that point I would pretty much be at the mercy of the judge's interpretation, meaning anything could happen, especially considering the fact that we live in California. For me, that would defeat the entire purpose of the prenup, which is why I wasn't willing to concede on it. I just couldn't imagine letting a court system that is historically pretty unfair to men have the final say over my assets. If this post is for real, then his lawyer is intentionally dragging this out with a pile of alarmist lies. California is one of the most fair and impartial states in which to get a divorce. It absolutely does not leave everything up to a judge's whim. If it is a community property state, meaning assets and debts acquired during marriage, with the exception of and gifts, inheritances and gifts are by default split down the middle. Assets brought into the marriage don't count. Child and spousal support are determined by a computer program called the Decimator, which does not take gender into account at all. It looks at income and amount of time that kids will spend with each parent. The parents can be any combination of male, female, non binary, transgender. Decimeter gives zero fucks. Spousal support is determined according to earning potential a spouse may have given up for the sake of the marriage. For the sake of the marriage, e.g., because of unequal child rearing duties or having to move for the sake of the other spouse's career. If a person deliberately refuses to get a job despite being capable of doing so, the court considers their potential earnings. Fun fact, this was mostly enacted in the year after Mrs. Doubtfire was released, at which point the entire message of the movie became moot. Source: I got divorced in California. My ex dumped myself and our 15-year-old for a newer model, and went all surprised Pikachu when his argument that my parents could support me didn't fly with the judge. In a subsequent hearing, he brought in his heavily pregnant, for the second time, wife to claim that he should not have to pay due to these other humans he had decided to create. So yeah, that's the kind of guy who thinks courts are against men, and giving half equals giving everything. OP also put me right off with the comment where he kept saying, "Let me put it to you very simply, let me make it very simple," because he figured the woman he was responding to must have had the math skills of a kindergartner, apparently. Meanwhile, it was he who didn't know shit from fuck about family law in his state. I'm so over dudes saying that the courts are against them when it comes to family law. The reason women tend to get custody across all separations is because of the rate of men just decide not to show up and fight for custody, and these lazy men just use that to point to and say the courts favor women because it's way easier than actually being present for your kids on the reg. Nah, fuck that. I've heard way too much about biased judges in California to believe it's a fair state. There are literally courthouses that have 1-star ratings online because of men being treated unfairly by judges. Because of men perceiving they have been treated unfairly by judges. Fixed it for ya. Read the reviews for Santa Clara Santa Clara County Family Court, then get back to me. Alright. The only people who are going to take the time to comment on a courthouse Google review are people with a bone to pick or really helpful folks on the spectrum with a special interest in reviewing courthouses. Thank you for the mention. Um, Considering Santa Clara County has a population of roughly 2 million, the fact that there are only 80 comments from people who feel wronged by the system or for whom interacting with government bureaucracy is a hobby should indicate the place is actually remarkably equitable as far as family courts go. Alright. If it was just a game of people feeling wronged and the courts were equal, then there wouldn't be equal amounts of men and women complaining about biased courts, but there aren't. Okay. Uh, do, 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 do. The only people who are going to take the time to comment on Google reviews about how they owe child support for the kids they never see are the sort of MRA Tate fan chuds who complain about how unfair the Santa Clara family court is in Reddit comments. I'm not really surprised that you don't see women comment because the chud ecosystem doesn't exist for women. There's no Lady Tate telling them they should be angry when they lose their kids for failing 18 back-to-back drug tests. The fact there are so many men complaining on the Santa Clara County Family Court Google reviews page is really just an indictment of how fragile and deluded the average MRA basement dweller is. Alright, I think we're done with this comment thread. Alright. Yeah, the prenup is up to judge interpretation anyway, regardless of how ironclad the language is. I find this bit interesting. He's essentially written his prenup as if he lives in a common law country like the UK, where emphasis is on clarity in the contract, as judges here cannot change the contract, they can only interpret it and give a verdict on that. Fairness doesn't come into it if the clauses are clear. A judge in California can take one look at his ironclad contract, snort with amusement, and say, "Not in this court, buddy. They will not and cannot enforce a contract that is at odds with state law for one thing. And California is a community property state, so property and money acquired before the marriage isn't even on the table during a divorce anyway. I need to protect the property I own now is stupid, because unless she puts her name on the fucking deed, the divorce court judge is not going to consider it marital asset that needs to be split or will be part of the divorce settlement at all." Alright. Hmm. I'm not going to go into the details of the prenup for obvious reasons, but I will say it probably favors me. I just couldn't imagine letting a court system that is historically pretty unfair to men have the final say over my assets. It is truly a mystery why OOP wouldn't provide details. I think both of them are idiots. She stopped birth control a year ago and told him he could use a condom if he wanted. He decides condoms are too much trouble, so he's just gonna pull out. Yet neither one of them has thought about what happens when they get pregnant. All this arguing about what style of wedding to have, and so little discussion of how they're going to raise this child. Sheesh. Yeah, exactly. You know what? Instead of having like a huge wedding or spending the money on like a 2 week trip at the beach, why don't you, I don't know, use that money to raise your fucking child and do a courthouse wedding or something? Alright, I think I'm done with this video for tonight. It's 10 o'clock and um I wanna go, and I have to be in bed in a couple hours because I have to be up early for um my support worker. I will see you guys later. I love each and every one of you. Oh wait, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing the outro yet. I'll read some more stories tomorrow because I've only read like I think 3 stories. This is nowhere near over. Okay, bye. Hey guys, I'm back the next day and I'm gonna read like a few more Reddit stories. Um, I also just wanted to tell you guys about this dream I had. So, in the dream, my mom had a baby, and because it was my mom that had the baby, he was my little baby brother, and I love that baby, and I would have done anything to keep him in my life, and he was so sweet. And I actually found out that my mom was going through PPD again in the dream, and like, so I even offered to like adopt the baby because at the point that she had the baby, I was giving like all kinds of help and some money when I could. But like mostly I was just helping her out a lot with the baby. Like I was over there pretty much every day, like changing diapers and like feeding a bottle and doing whatever the baby needed or whatever my mom needed, like letting her rest and stuff and take naps. And I I can't remember why my mom wasn't breastfeeding the baby, but she wasn't breastfeeding the baby. But anyway, the baby was like really awesome, and he was my little baby brother, and I loved him so much, and it made me think that I want to have a baby. And it was like the most real dream I've ever had. Like it was the most real feeling dream I've ever had. Like it actually felt like it was happening, which doesn't really happen. Like my dreams will kind of fade in, so some parts will be really clear, and then they'll have parts where they fade out and it's not really clear, and I wake up like confused and not really knowing what the dream was, like what part was the dream or not. But anyway, this was like the most real dream that I ever had. Not to mention, this was the most realistic dream that I ever had. Like, I'll have dreams about my mom having a baby all the time, but like usually they're warped in some way, like they're obviously not reality, but this one just felt so real. Anyway, I love that baby and he was so sweet, and I don't know. I know I'm like not ready to have a baby and I won't be ready probably for another 5 to 10 years at least, but like maybe I want a baby, or maybe it had something to do with the fact that I just want a younger sibling again. My sister and I aren't close anymore, and I'm not gonna have her back in my life. Also, this is around the time of the year that my rats would usually be that my rats would end up like popping up and stuff. The memories of my rats, I mean, on Facebook and stuff, because I think it was like early today when I woke up, I was showing Facebook memories and I found a memory about how I just purchased my rats and was taking them home January 1st. Obviously, that didn't work out because, like, was still looking for a place and I didn't get to take them home until February. And I wouldn't have gotten to take them home until April if the pet store hadn't closed down, but they weren't able to keep their contract or their pet store open because of because of COVID, and they lost their building, so they couldn't keep the building. So I had to take them home, and my mom, obviously, my mom wasn't going to be like, well, you have to give up your rats, you can't have them now, or whatever. So I ended up doing that. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to best of Redditor updates, and I'm planning to do like a big 6 to 8 hour Reddit video for like my last video of the year. It'll probably be on like December 29th or December 30th. My mom and I totally have plans for Christmas, but so unless we have something that day, in which case I'll just make it a different day. But it's gonna be like a couple days before the New Year's end, and then I'll do more videos in the New Year. I don't think I'm gonna do a New Year's Eve live stream this year. And also I think I'm not sure that my mom and I have plans for New Year's anyway, but like I'm not sure if my mom's gonna be here for New Year's and we're gonna do some New Year's Eve and we're gonna do something together, because I know she's going away on vacation. I think she said on the 26th and then getting back a couple of days later. So maybe I'll just like the do the end of your video then, like while she's on vacation, because I'm pretty sure she's going to be on vacation from the 26th to the 29th. So, like, unless she just decides not to do that, I mean, yeah, she's probably going to be on vacation then. I'm pretty sure those are the dates, unless I got that wrong. But as far as I know, those are the dates. Or maybe it's the 27th to the 29th. I can't remember exactly, but I'll probably just plan my video for while she's away, so maybe the 27th or the 28th, but I'm gonna like check in with her. We already made a plan for Christmas and talked about everything, and also we're driving to Toronto to get cake, which is awesome, and I'm gonna buy an extra slice and just keep it in the freezer like always, because I'd rather get two slices and then just have one of them to do that. But anyway. Anyway, I just wanted to go with that. So, I'm gonna find the saved stories. So hang on. I also saved a few more since I last saw you guys. So this one is from November 16th, 2023, and yeah. So this is about Thanksgiving dinner, and it's obviously the US Thanksgiving. We had our Thanksgiving in October. So anyway, am I the asshole for not cooking Thanksgiving dinner and spending the day at the beach instead? Mood spoiler. Okay. I'm not going to read the mood spoiler because it's a spoiler, obviously. So, I, 27 female, have solely been responsible for cooking Thanksgiving dinner for 20 plus people for the last 8 years. I do all the shopping, cooking, and setting up. Months before Thanksgiving, I start looking at grocery prices and tweaking recipes to fit dietary restrictions. Caribbean family, vegans and pescatarians, and meat eaters. I also make enough for the college age kids to have leftovers. I usually make three turkeys, two party pans of mac and cheese, and a party pan of mashed potatoes, stuffing, green bean casserole, collard greens, yams, mini seafood quiches, stuffed mushrooms, rolls, and a salad from scratch. Plus all the desserts like apple pie, sweet potato pie, cheesecake, homemade ice cream, and breads also from scratch. I start making stocks and doughs Tuesday night. I bake my bread for stuffing and make my cheesecake and pies Wednesday after work. Cook all day Thursday so we can all sit down and start eating it by 4, but so my aunts who work the night shift as nurses can enjoy. Every year, people invite unexpected guests and it becomes 30 or more. I would be okay if it were plus ones, but my mom invites her friends and their kids. My mom and aunt asked me to make additional turkeys and some sides for their units. I never feel appreciated for everything I do to make it special and accommodate everyone. This year I'm separated from my husband, and I really don't feel like bending over backwards cooking for people who don't even leave me leftovers to make a sandwich for the next day. This year I've decided not to cook and just spend my day at the beach, the only bonus to living in Florida. I was asked how much the adults should Zelle me for Thanksgiving groceries. Zelle is like a payment thing, I think. For Thanksgiving groceries at the beginning of the month and told them that I'm not cooking. Today I received a Zelle from my uncle and when I returned it, he asked why and I reminded him and the family group chat that I wasn't cooking. Now they want me to cancel my plans and cook. Am I the asshole for not wanting to? Edit. This is my favorite holiday, but my separation has left me emotionally exhausted and without any passion to cook. Edit to same post, November 17th, 2023, the next day. I actually don't mind the cooking for the family. I look forward to it. The unexpected guests, I mind a little. The thing bothering me is that I expected to do this year is that I wanted to celebrate the only holiday I look forward to with my husband. I wanted to share the dishes that I love and schedule chaos with him. I'm upset because I don't get my husband. They may not understand it, but I took on this holiday because I enjoyed it. Relevant comments. The fact that everyone relies on you for all food is insane and you should all bring dishes. It's partly my fault since I'm neurotic when it comes to this particular holiday. I want traditional American food and they revert back to Caribbean roots. When I first started, it was just family, and that was 15 people. Now, after a few marriages, it's 20 base. That's without the three leaving to work the night shift at hospitals. I genuinely enjoy it, but with the stress of my separation, I mentally do not have the fortitude to do it. A regular dinner for myself is hard enough to put together. We rotate holidays, New Year's and at Aunt 1's house, Easter and Christmas Eve at Aunt 2's house, 4th of July at Aunt 3's, and Thanksgiving at mine. How the fuck do you cook 3 turkeys? Also, OOP explains in a long comment here how she cooks everything down to exact times. Intervals. I start with a spatchcocked one early in the morning for leftovers. I start the whole one at 11 a.m. and pull it out at 3 p.m. for dinner and the table. For the third, I break it down into 6 pieces, also using it for leftovers. That one goes in when I pull the whole one. More on the emotional toll this is taking on OOP. I've been going through a separation. I've lost 30 pounds this year because I don't have the passion I once had to cook nor an appetite. They noticed my lack of cooking and commented on it. I'm usually okay with cooking for that many, but the emotional toll of the separation has left on me, leaves little to no energy for anything but work and necessities. I eloped last year and they don't acknowledge the relationship of being significant. I mentioned not cooking over the summer because I'd be with my husband, but in late October it was clear I wouldn't cook and to make other arrangements. How long have they known you're not cooking? I told them in late October, I reminded them mid November, and today when I received the money. Delegate. Tried delegating in 2021 after surgery, and it was a mess, even though I was in the kitchen showing them how to do simple things like grate cheese or pass the potatoes through a food mill. They have all the recipes and exact ingredients down to the brand, but choose to substitute cheddar with Velveeta and ask why it doesn't taste the same. Someone says OOP's mom should cook this year, and OP's response made me spit out my drink. The last good thing my mom made was breast milk. She's permanently banned from the kitchen due to almost make due to almost putting it due to almost fires and food poisoning instances. Oh Jesus. Well, we don't want any of that. OOP has voted not the asshole. Update post November 27th, 2023, 11 days later. Excuse typos. I'm currently enjoying the small 4 pack of Woodbridge wine while watching The Crown with my husband by his bedside. More on that later. I actually listened to you guys and I didn't cook. The weather wasn't the best, so I didn't end up at the beach, but sat by the pool, did some work and journaling. I enjoyed margaritas by the pool and wine at dinner. Don't know how I was able to drink wine at I don't know how I was able to drink all day and get everything done by 4 p.m. Dinner was late. We didn't end up eating until 6 p.m., so the people who worked that night just took to go plates and couldn't eat with us. My mom called a few times from the kitchen asking how to turn on the oven and make a pre-made ham and turkey. My aunt asked for the recipes that I previously emailed and asked if I could come over and supervise. I ignored the calls and texts. I did end up carving 2 out of 3 turkeys, ate, and helped clean up and went back to bed. My mom's friend ended up bringing herself and 6 other people empty handed. The creepy family friend did the usual show up empty handed, ate, grabbed to-go plates and left. My cousins were bummed they didn't get leftovers for finals. They were also shocked to see that their favorites weren't made and didn't taste the same. No one took leftovers home besides my mom's friends. They cleaned us out. I think they finally realized how much goes into it because my aunt complained that she had to go to multiple stores even though she was making 1/3 of the food. My mom ordered from the fresh market, and that was too much. Thanksgiving Day, my husband and I spoke and had a great conversation about moving forward with the separation and what it's going to look like for us financially and a rough timeline of when we should be legally divorced. Legally divorced. Saturday morning, I get a call from my husband's local hospital saying that he got injured while running. He had a stress fracture that resulted in a complete break in multiple places and needed surgery. Since I'm legally still his wife and he has not updated his emergency contact, I flew up and I am currently at his bedside, hoping I can get his family out here to take over. He didn't expect to wake up with me being there, but was happy and thinks we should try counseling. All in all, I'm emotionally drained. Working from his bedside, I think I should be able to take him back to our house tomorrow and get him set with his family and friends to take over. It's been nice being in a cold city and seeing him after so long, but I'm sure this marriage is over. Thanks for all the advice. My therapist actually told me I have to start putting myself first, and this was a good first step. Relevant comments. Is anyone telling off the people who took leftovers? It's polite in my culture to send guests home with food and gifts. Even for a casual visit, I've sent people home with something as little as a few plantain or a few pieces of fruit. We make so much because it is common for people to stop by unannounced for holidays. My creepy uncle has brought Tupperware or asked for leftovers at formal events. He's a physician, and I've seen him do it at fundraisers I've attended for work. I hope you get some counseling and start putting yourself first. I called my therapist when I landed, and she literally said, "We just talked about this. Why did you drop everything?" And I said I'm still his wife, and he'd do it for me, which is true. My nail lady called me a dumb bitch and asked to pick up something from a store here we don't have back home. Why did you separate from your husband? Different religions, backgrounds, and cultures. Actually, my mom made it pretty clear. She's kind of actively looking for a partner right now. She hasn't had a date in a while, but she informed me that she wants someone who believes the same religion as her and who believes in God and stuff. Honestly, we care about each other, but between communication issues and the fact that everything was rushed, we never really got to know each other, and after a few blow-ups where both parties said or did something inexcusable, it's better for us to call it quits now, before we truly despise each other. We're back to a point where we can speak without attorneys, and clearly I'm here caring for him, although sleeping in one of the guest rooms versus what used to be our room. We just don't want to go back to where we didn't recognize ourselves or each other. Just because you're his emergency contact doesn't mean you have to go to him. Yeah, but that's still my husband. I personally felt like I had a moral obligation to be there until we could get his family stateside. He needed surgery, and I know how much medical situations freak him out. Plus, this also saved me the cost of shipping some of the items I still have here. Would he do the same? He has done so recently as well. I was hospitalized for dehydration a few weeks ago when things were contentious and missed mediation because of it. He left a work trip to be by my side, even though it was minor. We don't hate each other, we just don't work as a couple. Oh, that's actually sweet. I appreciate that. Just because you don't just because you're not a compatible couple doesn't mean you still don't care or that you can't be friends. Anyway, so yeah, don't comment on the original posts. Oh, this is from the auto moderator. Do not comment on the original posts. So, if you comment on the original post, you could be banned without notice. Okay. Rule breaking may result in a ban without notice. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So you only reply to it in this post. Hopefully I don't someday reply to a post that I didn't know was in Best of Redditor Updates and, like, and accidentally get banned because that would fucking suck. I don't, even though I've never posted here, I just kind of read the stories and stuff, but, you know, I'm pretty sure when you get banned from a subreddit, you just get banned from, like, commenting or writing your own story, but you can still read the stories. By the way, my alarm is probably going to go off in a minute, so if it does, I'm just going to turn it off.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna take a break after, like, I'm gonna read some of the comments and then I'm gonna take a break because I actually need something to eat.
Yeah.
My creepy uncle has bought Tupperware and asked for leftovers at formal events. He's a physician, and I've even seen him do it at fundraisers I've attended for work. Every time I worry about being a bit awkward at public events in the future, I'll remember that clowns like this exist and I'll immediately feel better. A friend of the family was telling us over dinner once about his own family's habit of bringing Tupperware to any family event where food would be served. He said by the time he was an adult, everyone was filling to go containers with food before the meal was even served. My alarm just went off, so I'll take my pills in a few minutes when I take a break, when I'm done and I'm ready to go eat something before the meal was even served. He got so sick of having to make so much extra food so there would be enough left for the actual meal that he finally snapped and told everyone he was only going to make enough for one meal from then on. Of course, no one believed him, so the next meal everyone came and loaded up their Tupperware beforehand. Then, when dinner time came around, he put out the now empty serving dishes, and everyone lost their minds demanding to know where the food was. He reminded them again that he had only cooked enough for one meal, and if they were hungry, they would have to figure out where the food went. This led to a huge fight where everyone was yelling and screaming at each other, hurling accusations and denials, with half the people demanding the food be brought out and divvied up, while the other half defended the theft and tried to hide their pilfered goods. My jaw was on the ground, picturing grown-ass adults snatching purses and rustling away car keys all over freaking food. Please tell me some of them got into a fight and someone got arrested over that. He didn't mention anyone getting arrested, but he did say there was nearly a brawl in the driveway. Everyone had been forced to return what they'd taken, but his auntie was accused of holding out. Someone grabbed her keys and she went nuts trying to keep people away from her car. Lo and behold, there were 4 big Tupperwares full of food stashed in her trunk. Wow, they all sound so emotionally mature, regulated, honest, and great role models for humanity. Honestly, at this point, I start wondering if there was some weird generational trauma about food insecurity that's been passed down to people who didn't initially experience it. They don't even know why they act like this, it's just what the family does. I know there was a major issue because my grandmother lived through the Depression and was weird about food, to the point that she'd risk for poisoning rather than throw away an egg she cooked and someone didn't eat. I was her favorite grandchild, so we only locked horns once. She made split pea soup. I did what Dad, her child, always told me and tried 3 bites. I then told her I didn't like it. She kept it in the microwave and refused to give me anything else until I left for home about a day later. I refused to eat it. After that, she planned meals with me to avoid it happening again. All the other kids and grandkids had to just eat whatever she served. Nice. Alright. I have a very large family, 40 plus people. For holiday dinners, we have everyone tell us what they are bringing so we have a nice variety and not several of the same dishes. There was always plenty of food left over, but we only took our own dishes home. Then our parents' health started failing. We would let mom fill containers so her and dad didn't have to cook for a couple of days. Well, that started something we weren't expecting. People were helping themselves to all the leftovers, bringing containers of their own. Last year, everything I had cooked was gone, and I only had empty dishes left to take home. No leftovers for us. I was not happy. People, especially family, can get greedy. I need to ask, why didn't you just say no? And OP did not respond. But and the person who made that comment did not respond to the why didn't you just say no? But that was like 7 hours ago, so they still might. I don't know. I think I'm gonna try and find a new comment thread. Same comment thread, same comment thread. Yeah. It's polite in my culture to send guests home with food and gifts. It's the same in my culture, but those same people usually bring food or chip in for the meal. Fuck those people. Alright. I think I'm gonna just stop there. I've been reading for about 20 minutes, even though I've just been like reading one story and then reading the comments. But you guys know why these videos are usually like hours long because I enjoy like reading the story and reading the comments, and I'll chip in with my own personal thoughts and then sometimes my own personal stories. Like, this is just how I do my videos, and I love it, and I'm not gonna stop doing it. And like, if you guys don't like it, there are other videos you can watch. But anyway, in any case, I will be back once I eat something, or maybe not even tonight. I don't know, but I will see you guys when I see you guys. Okay, bye. Hey friends, I'm back. So I am going to read more Reddit stories. Hang on a sec. I just gotta get this set up on my phone and then I will do that. Okay. Am I the asshole for selling my PS5 rather than sharing it with my stepbrothers? The PS5 saga complete. So this is an entire saga. All right. Trigger warning, mentions of cancer, threatening to make a child pay rent, controlling behavior, MRA talking points. I have no idea what MRA is. Manipulation, love bombing, verbal abuse, physical violence, gaslighting, financial abuse, misogyny, body shaming, and stalking. Jeez. What the fuck? Okay. All the best of writer updates in the past. It says it just links to the other best of writer updates, but this is all going to be compiled into one here, so oh my god, this is like a really long one. Okay, this is a really long one. So if you don't want to see any of those trigger warnings in a story, then you should not watch this story. So my 15 male so this person is 15 male. My mom and dad met and briefly dated while they were both studying at uni. My mom gave birth to me after they had broken up and had to sue my dad for child support. I was raised by my mom and had virtually nothing to do with my dad throughout my childhood. My mom was an international student and her family cut ties with her due to the circumstances of my birth. Tragically, 2 years ago, I lost my mom to cancer and thus I was placed under the care of my dad. My dad was remarried and had two sons, 5 and 7, with his wife. It wasn't a bad arrangement at first, but we were all essentially strangers. I was given a bedroom to myself and we shared some meals, but other than that, I kept to myself. About 10 months ago, I was lucky enough to score a casual job at an aged care facility as IT support. It was stupid easy money as it involves installing and maintaining a dozen or so common PCs used by the residents plus running basic computing workshops. I ended up accruing a whole lot of disposable income in a short time. Stupidly, instead of just keeping quiet about it, I decked out my room with a new TV, headphones, and a PS5. Obviously, this setup was of great interest to my two stepbrothers. Initially, my rule was that they could play the PS5 anytime I wasn't using it, but I would get first dibs if I wanted to play or use my TV. I was also super accommodating by buying an extra controller, which I didn't need, and several kid friendly games that they wanted to play. I eventually had to change the rule to only play when I was there because the 5-year-old destroyed one of my controllers by spilling juice on it. This is where the drama started. They whined to my parents, they whined to my parents, which is in quotation marks, who then ordered, again in quotation marks, me to place the PS5 in the living room. I refused, stating it that I had purchased it with my own money. This led to their argument that I have too much money and should contribute rent, utilities, and food money. I called their bluff and said, sure, drop a contract and I'll get a lawyer to review it to ensure it complies with the Family Law Act. I have no idea what that is. My dad then told the boys that he was going to buy a separate PS5 for the boys for Christmas, but the dude is clueless about the global shortage. Finally, last night, after realizing that he had zero chance of buying one for close to RRP, my dad threatened me to either voluntarily gift my PS5 to the boys for Christmas or he would toss it in the bin while I was at school. I was so pissed that I went on Facebook Marketplace and sold the PS5. The boys found out today and they were devastated. I feel really bad because they shouldn't be punished for this shit show. My parents are in their room talking about me and I'm sitting here in my room. Am I the asshole? How could I have handled this better? Verdict, not the asshole. And then there was an update, and this was posted December 18th, 2021. Hang on. Oh, the last. Oh, the first part was posted December 17th, 2021. I forgot to read that part. Anyway, update one is a day later. Wow, this blew up overnight. Firstly, thanks to all the kind strangers out there giving me your positive encouragement and support. It's quite humbling that so many took the time to read my story and chose to provide positive support. Some people were after an update of the situation. I'm at work now, but my stepmom had a chat with me this morning and it was quite positive. She said she didn't know about my existence until right before I came to live with them, and so it caused a huge rift between her and dad. She apologized for projecting that onto me and not being more welcoming. She also also didn't know about my dad's threats and told me that it won't happen on our watch. My half brothers also admitted to her about the juice incident. She said that she is going to get the boys a Switch for Christmas, and she offered to pay me the difference between RRP and getting a new PS5. I probably won't take the money, but at least it's a step forward. This was the longest conversation I've ever had with her, too, by the way. No comments from my dad, lol. No comments from my dad yet, lol. To answer some common questions, one, my bank account is entirely in my name only. Australia. He lives in Australia. Okay, no one else has the ability to view or access the balance. I actually don't think my dad's demand for rent was about money. They both earn a good salary. He's just butthurt that I'm not reliant on his money. Two, yes, I really am 15, lol. I typed out my posting word, and so that it could be spell and grammar checked. Maybe that's what confused people. Number three, I get Australian dollars, $27.50 an hour in Australian money on a casual contract with additional loading for weekends and PHs, whatever that means. Some I don't know. Yeah. The operations manager at the aged care facility is super chill and allows me to schedule my hours around school. I just have a cap that I can't go over. She lets me do my homework on the clock and I get free meals from the cafeteria. If I help the residents on non-facility devices, they usually tip me in cash or sometimes cookies, lol. I've got a fair bit saved up because I don't really have any expenses. Four, I got a shoebox of documents from when my mom passed. I think my mom's assets is looked after by a trustee firm, which will be turned over to me at 18. The law firm managing the will had previously explained this to me, but I wasn't really paying attention at the time. I've got to still go through everything. Number five, I sold the PS5 for a tidy profit, even with the cost of the damaged controller. I'm not desperate for one at the moment, so I'll just sign up for a waiting list again. So I won't need to take up my stepmom's offer. This is probably my last post on this issue. Thanks again for the love, everyone. Except there's a shit ton of more posts, and I will actually read those tomorrow because it's really late. It's 10:20 right now, so I'm at that point where my thoughts and voice is getting kind of muddled and I'm tripping over my own words and I'm having trouble keeping up and I just feel like I shouldn't be recording this late. So I'm gonna finish the story tomorrow, but I do just want to say that hang on. There was something I was gonna say about and then I didn't. But apparently um yeah. Oh, okay. Now I remember what I was gonna say. So I know I can't get a job now because of my like balance and mobility issues, but once those are resolved, I plan to start looking for a part-time job again and trying to get a part-time job because I really could use one. And once I get a part-time job, my plan is to actually have a separate account from my mom. I know she has to overlook my account because I get my ODSP dropped in there, and she does look over my account, but I just feel like I need my own money. So once I get a part time job, I'm actually just going to open a separate account that I put my work money in so that she can't overlook it. And then, I'm not going to have questions from her about what I'm using my money for or have issues or have to worry about her getting in my personal, like, getting my personal um accessing my personal accounts. I'm still going to leave the one open and just let the ODSP money fall in there and just leave it there where it is because we already have a pretty good thing going with my ODSP and she doesn't really bother me about it, especially since I moved out. But I have had issues in the past where she bothers me about certain purchases that I made, and I don't really want to have that happening. Especially since the whole point of me getting work money is to have some extra money to do stuff with. Like if I don't know, want to buy a pizza, like if I want to order pizza, or if I want to, let's say, buy a video game or buy a book or like buy something, like buy fun stuff that I want to do and do fun stuff that I want to do without having to worry so much about the money situation. And then, so like, I am gonna have a separate account from her once I get a job. I'm gonna, like, once I get the job, I'm gonna ask them to hold my checks until I can get my new account set up. Then I'm gonna get my new account set up. Either I'm gonna go with my mom or I'm gonna go with my support worker and I'm gonna get a new account set up through the bank and then I'm gonna have them I'm gonna have like a debit card, and I'm gonna get them to deposit all my work checks in there, so that I don't have to even worry about like moving money out of my current account that my mom overlooks as well, to like my new account. Like, I'm just gonna get them to deposit all my work checks in there, and I'm sure they won't mind just holding on to my money for a little longer until I have a proper account set up. I'm sure it won't take long. Like, I'll probably be able to do it as soon as the Saturday after I get the job, so it might only take me a few days, but I do want a separate account for my work money so that I can do what I want, and I don't have to worry about my mom being annoying about it or whatever. Like I said, she doesn't really bother me about it much since I moved out, especially. Like, I don't think she said anything about it since I moved out. Maybe she mentioned a purchase that I made like once or twice, but also, the whole point of me having work money is to buy extra stuff because my mom still questions a lot of my purchases. Like, oh, are you sure you have money for that? Or are you sure you want to spend your money on that? I mean, she doesn't say exactly those words, but it's kind of the vibe I get, and it's always annoying. So, but if I have my own work money, then I won't have to worry about that anymore, and I can just tell her to shut up, and that's what I have the money for. I wouldn't tell her to shut up, but you guys get where I'm coming from. But that's the whole point that I have the money for. Anyway, so I'm gonna go, and I'll see you guys tomorrow when I get back. Also, my daughter's wedding is tomorrow, so I'm only gonna be there for like 10 minutes. Like, basically it's taking place in the stuffed animal world, so I can't really be there for very long, but I did get this special pill that'll let me be there for about 10 minutes so that I can walk her down the aisle and stuff, because obviously she doesn't want to do it without me walking her down the aisle. And for those of you who don't know, it's really difficult to get a pill that you can go to the stuffed animal universe with, because it's really difficult for them to make them and like give them to people or whatever. So anyway, it's really difficult to get one of those unless it's like a special occasion or something super important. But like, I tried to get one for my daughter for all my kids when they were giving birth, but don't usually give out pills for that. Especially, they don't usually give out pills for that if they have like a partner or siblings or whatever. Like, the only time you can get a pill for that is if you can get is if they don't have anyone else there to help them, except the doctors. But if they don't have like a partner or siblings or anything, then you can get a pill for that. But because my kids have a big supportive family, they don't. Also, they're talking about getting a place of their own with Ash, who's their son they already have, and they want to move away. But I don't want him to go, obviously. I'm gonna miss him. So I don't know. Whatever happens, happens. And, anyway, I'll talk to you guys tomorrow when I get back. Hey guys, I'm back. It's 8:15 p.m. and I did my daughter's wedding today. Remember I told you guys about that. And
Yeah.
it's December 5th. So anyway, I went to the wedding and I walked her down the aisle, and we did the vows and we did the mother-daughter dance, and I was able to do all that stuff. We just did it kind of quick, and then also and then I had to go, but it was great. And the kids, Marceline and Shadow, and took the took the entire family to Chuck E. Cheese for their reception, and they're gonna have like a more adult reception when they get back from their honeymoon, which they're leaving for tomorrow. And tomorrow they also have to sit the kids down and explain to them that they're actually moving, so that should be interesting. They're gonna talk to them in the morning before they leave on their honeymoon. Anyway, I'm yawning. We're gonna get into this video. Again, my alarm might go off, so if I have to take a second to take my pills, I will, because I have my meds here and they're like ready, because I know I'm gonna have to take them soon. Tomorrow, I completely forgot the occupational therapist was supposed to come, so I got into like a thing with my mom about it, because I was like, well, I'm going to see Wish because it's not playing anymore after Thursday, and um like it I could go see it on Thursday if I didn't have a therapy appointment, but I forgot that I had a fucking occupational therapist appointment, which is a new thing. It's for my balance or whatever. but like basically, essentially, I forgot that we had the occupational therapist, and then my mom sends me this fucking message that's like, "Oh, please don't plan things when I already have something planned." Like, okay, well, I wasn't planning something when you already had something planned because I fucking forgot. It's not like I did it on purpose. That's such a shitty thing to say. Like, I fucking totally planned it when you had the occupational therapist on purpose. Yeah, of course, whatever. Anyway, I just put my fucking phone on airplane mode because you know what? I don't want anything to ruin this day. Like, my daughter got married and I don't want to get into a whole fucking fight, so my phone's been on flight mode most of the day and it's been on airplane mode most of the day and I just ended up fucking like and essentially I just ended up turning it off. Not turning it off, but like turning it on to flight mode, and then I turned the Wi-Fi back on while it was still on flight mode, which is a thing I can do on my phone. I don't know if you guys can do the same thing, but I did that anyway. Um, so I was already reading the PS5 saga, and I want to um go. I'm just trying to figure out where we're at. Hmm. All right. So I can't remember if I read the second update or not. I think I did, but I think I'm gonna read it just in case. So I already read part of this, but I didn't I didn't read the majority of it. So we're gonna read the rest of this, and then I'm gonna decide if I'm gonna do more stories or not, which I might not. But I'll probably just end up like um editing and then posting in the next couple of days. And I might just record the rest of it tomorrow because I have the movies at 4:15 and then like after that I'll probably be able to record more if I want to or if I need to. Cause like I'm not anywhere near done with this video yet. I want it to be at least 4 hours. And I added up all the time from the other four parts and it's only like 124 minutes total, so that would be like about 2 hours. So I still want to keep going with this. But anyway, update 2, December 26th, 2021. Again, I think I've read it already, but we're gonna just I'm gonna just read it anyway. So we've got a gathering with the extended family today. This is the first time I've met any of them due to COVID, and they've all been super lovely to me. My stepmom showed them my original post, and they were all getting stuck into dad, whatever that means. My uncle, Dad's younger brother, has set up a Reddit account for him, and he's doubling down as he thinks Redditors will take his side when they read his account of it. I'm not going to link or read his post, but people have been telling me it's quite a bloodbath. And then we get to the Dad's own Am I the Asshole post, so this should be interesting. I'm actually going to see if the original page will open. Okay, well, the original page will open, but apparently on his page it's been deleted. But I will go there after to read the comments just because I want to know what people are saying and people aren't going to comment that kind of stuff here, obviously. So the Dad's own Am I the Asshole post says, Am I the asshole for asking my son to share his console with his brothers instead of keeping it in his room? And this one was posted December 19th, 2021. And I know it was posted a few days before update number 2, but just remember this is the dad's own Reddit post, so obviously we're going back in time a bit. Anyway, a few days ago, my bio son Jonah, not his real name, posted a biased and frankly defamatory post about an incident in my home regarding PS5. My wife was kind enough to share the post in comments with our entire extended family at our Christmas gathering, so apparently now I'm a huge asshole. My brother suggested that I post here to set records straight and give people both sides of the issue. Firstly, I never actually intended to charge Jonah rent. His job gives him essentially 100% disposable income, purely because he lives in our household. He used this money to deck out his room, buy brand shoes, buy the latest iPhone, etc., all for himself. I couldn't care less about how he spends his money, but it does set a poor example for my other two boys. The last straw was when Jonah set a login password for the PS5. I basically told him that if he's not willing to share, then why should I give him a free ride? Because it's his fucking money? And it's his choice what he buys with that money. And when he buys things with his own money, he gets to choose what happens with those things. Like, if he doesn't want to share his PS5, he doesn't have to share his PS5. It's pretty fucking simple. I'm not going to keep doing this in my entitled dad voice, but anyway, my son should be grateful. Will we share DNA? I only dated his mom, May, not her real name, for all of 5 months back in uni. I was very clear with May that I didn't want kids, but apparently consent doesn't go both ways. May put me through legal hell and ended up costing me tens of thousands of dollars over the years in child support, setting my own goals back. I mean, that kind of sucks, but why does your son have to pay for that and be responsible for that? Why does your son have to pay that money because you think, oh well, she did this to me, so that means I can punish her son for her. Okay, okay. Anyway, instead of letting Jonah end up in a group home, I stepped in and took him in when May got sick. Instead of gratitude, I constantly have to deal with disrespect and attitude. This guy's making himself look worse. Like, this guy's making himself look much worse. I remember a video. It was like, I think it was Best of Redditor Updates number 6 or 7, but there was like this guy with, who wouldn't let his girlfriend get a tree frog, and then, like, when the update came, at first it was okay, and I thought, oh, maybe they'll be able to work this out. But then actually, no, the updates made him look worse. This is like that. By making his own post, he's essentially making himself look worse. Oh, wow, well, you didn't let the kid end up in a group home? That totally gives you the right to steal his PS5 away from him. Because basically, that's what this is about. It's about the PS5 that the kid bought for himself with his own hard earned money. The fact of the matter is, it's his money, and he has used this money on his own individual things. He has made this money. It's not allowance that you gave to him. It's not like money that you gave for him to buy a PS5 for him and his brothers. The money didn't come from you. You didn't buy him the PS5. It's his. Literally his. Like, kids, when they get a job when they're a teenager, they get to earn their own money, and it's such a wonderful thing. I didn't get a job when I was a teenager because I was in a group home dealing with my depression instead. But when I was in my early 20s, a couple years later, I did get a part-time job just for some more disposable income. And I remember like how proud I was just like buying things with my money. It didn't matter what it was. It didn't matter if it was like a book from the bookstore or a meal at Eastside Mario's, which was also where I worked, so I got a 50% discount. But like, I was buying my mom pizza. I would buy my mom stuff sometimes. Like, I would buy her food, or I spent more money on her birthday presents. My sister too. I kind of went out of my way to spoil my family when I had this whole thing going on. But and then after like 6 months, I quit because it just wasn't good for my mental health, and I just wasn't ready to have a job. And I I have been trying to look for a job again, but I kind of stopped because of my balance issues. So I'm kind of dealing with that, and you know. And I know like it's okay if you're a little bit disabled or something, you can probably still find a job and you'll be okay, but like the boss is only going to give you so much leeway. But anyway, so once my balance problems are fixed, I'm going to be looking for a job. But my point is, like, when you have your own individual money, you should be able to spend it on whatever you want. And then once you buy a thing with it, whether you buy like a book or a DVD or a video game or a video game system, or if you buy like, I don't know, a pet or something, like if you if you go and adopt a cat, I guess. But my point is, like, a cat isn't a thing. That wasn't my point. My point is, like, whatever you buy with your money is yours, and you get to make the choices of what happens. And, like, um, I mean, obviously, if it's a pet, there's a lot more. Let's just take pets out of the equation altogether. Let's just go with buying a DVD. Like, my sister used to borrow my DVDs and then she would return them. They would either be wrecked or like broken, or there would be scratches, or there would be issues. So I eventually just stopped letting her borrow my shit because she would always return it and it was never in good shape. So I was just like, no, you're not borrowing my stuff anymore. And I was like, okay, okay, I bought this DVD with my money. You can't have it. You don't get to ask to borrow it. It was annoying. It was like when I was in my early 20s when this happened, when I stopped letting her borrow my stuff. But essentially, I pay for that stuff, so you know what? It's mine. And, you know, although if I did have like a Christmas gift or something that my mom gave to me, or like something that she bought for me, or if it was a Christmas or birthday gift or whatever, my mom would have my back on that. And and at that point, I stopped letting my sister borrow my stuff because it was never in good shape when she returned it. And which is just not okay. Like, if you're gonna borrow stuff from someone, you should respect their stuff. And if you're not gonna respect their stuff, you don't get to borrow the stuff anymore. And this kid in this story did not respect his older brother's stuff. I think it was the 5-year-old, but one of these young kids spilled juice on the controller and broke the controller, so they don't get to play the PS5 anymore without him watching over them. And then, he went even further because they still weren't treating things with respect. And yeah, they're 5 and 7, but like, he doesn't have to share his PS5 if he doesn't want to. But essentially, none of this stuff matters. Like, it doesn't matter about, oh, May, you didn't want kids, but apparently May made you have kids anyway. She put you through legal hell, ended up costing you tens of thousands of dollars over the years in child support. You didn't let Jonah go into a group home, you took him in instead. I don't see how any of that has to do with this PS5 that he bought for himself with his own money that he's entitled to do whatever he wants with. And the answer is it's not. It doesn't have anything to do with that. You're just trying to make yourself look like the victim. Because of Joanna, my wife thinks I breached her trust all for something that happened well before I met her. Well, the boys previously did have access to the PS5. He now won't let them play it now that school is finished for the year unless he's home, which he never is. Yeah, probably because he's working his butt off to buy the fucking controller that his brother broke. Anyway, I gave him the ultimatum of either sharing the console or no one gets to play it. In response, he pulls the most passive aggressive move ever and sold it, so now no one plays it. Yeah. No, so listen, how am I the asshole here? I've taken in this kid into my home, a kid who, by the way, will receive a sizable inheritance in a few years, thanks to May's estate. How? Again, this is not about the kid or his PS5. This is about you wanting to make yourself look like a victim and look better and trying to make this kid look worse somehow, as if he's responsible for your wife forcing you to have a child or forcing you to take the kid in when he's not responsible for any of this because he's a fucking child. Um, but like, this is so fucked up. This is just making him look worse. He's trying to make himself look better. He's got this huge victim complex. He's just trying to make himself look like the victim and make the kid look worse, as if this stuff is the kid's fault. Like, okay, so how does May disrespecting your wishes mean that your son should have to be punished for that? What? The kid didn't do anything. The kid just existed. He just existed. Because you didn't put him in a group home, you were like the best person ever. You're like fucking father of the year or something. That's not how it works. Anyway, a kid who, by the way, will receive a sizable inheritance in a few years, thanks to May's estate. Again, the kid didn't ask for this money, okay? The kid just exists. The fact that you're using this money to be like, oh, well, he's doing really good, so he should give his siblings the PS5, even though, in return, I haven't asked for a cent, and he won't treat me with respect or follow my rules, but somehow I'm the giant asshole who's in the study typing this out instead of enjoying Christmas with my extended family. Well, that's your choice, isn't it? It's your fucking choice. How is it how is it your child's fault that you choose to sit in the study and type out a Reddit post, type, instead of like going downstairs and hanging out with your family? How are you managing to turn that into your kid's fault? This is ridiculous. I have to read the comments. Okay, he also provided a heated update in the comments. We're gonna read this update because it's only gonna set to make him look worse, and then I'm gonna go to the original post and we're gonna check out the comments there. And when I say the original post, I mean the dad's post about this situation. I need to read the comments. I have to know. Okay, clearly this hasn't gone down the direction I thought it would. Clearly some of you have issues with comprehension or can't or just can't be bothered to read my comments fully. I want to be clear, I never threatened to collect rent from Jonah. I don't need his part-time work money or about his inheritance money. Then why are you so butthurt about it? Why are you if you don't need his money, why are you so butthurt about him buying things with his own money and then choosing not to have his like I don't know if they're half brothers or step brothers or whatever. I'm guessing step brothers maybe, but like I don't know, but let's just say his brothers. But how is he expected to? Sorry, like if and then not having his brothers around it because they are disrespecting his property. He's just he's trying to make sure he doesn't have to buy another fucking PS5 because he already bought this one and it's his and he gets to choose who plays with it or doesn't play with it and when they get to play with it because he bought it with his own money. And you're fucking and you say you don't need that money, but then why are you so fucking butthurt about it? I make a very good salary, probably more than the vast majority of people who use Reddit. I simply try to explain to him that he has all this disposable income because he doesn't have to worry about basic needs. He's a child, he shouldn't have to worry about his basic needs. When he turns like 18 or 19, fine. If you want to start having him pay rent and pay for his own groceries, you can do that. As soon as I got what's it called? ODSP, my mom was like, "Oh, you can take care of your groceries now." Like for the time that I had a part-time job, I was also taking care of my own groceries, just to be clear. But then I quit and I didn't really have any disposable money, so my mom took care of it for a while. And then in my early 20s, I got access to ODSP, so that was fucking awesome, and I'm really happy with that. And yeah, ever since then, for like the last 8 or 9 years or however long, I've been buying my own groceries. And during the pandemic, I was also paying my mom a little rent. I think like $100 a month, maybe a little less, maybe probably around 75 to $100, I think. Um but yeah, he shouldn't have to worry about his basic needs because he's a fucking child. He's a teenager. He's younger than 18. He shouldn't have to worry about it. How old is this kid? I forgot. I forget. But anyway, I didn't explain it properly, but at the time, I didn't explain it properly at the time because we were arguing, but my intention wasn't for Jonah to give his PS5 to the kids permanently. I just wanted it kept in the common area until I can buy another one for the kids. Okay, well, that's not the problem, is it? That's not that's not the point, is it? Again, it's his property and he gets to choose what happens with it. If he wants to keep it in his room, he can keep it in his room. Jonah never told me about the controller. If he had, of course I would have replaced it. That's not an issue. And then they'll probably spill juice on it and break it again. I expected him to not be so selfish to his brothers. Keeping it in his room under password protection is so rude. Not if he bought it himself. Okay, let's just take a second. Let's just take a second to think about this. If his younger brothers bought something with money from a job they worked hard at, and they wanted to keep it in their room away from their brother. Do you think the dad would be making this butthurt post or asking those young boys to like, oh, just put it in the common space for just a little while until I can get a new one? No, probably not. Because he's pretty fucking biased, obviously. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't do the same with these two young kids, but he's doing it with Jonah because essentially he wants to punish him for everything that happened with his mom, for his mom's mistakes. He's clearly biased towards these two younger boys, and he wouldn't be doing this if it was his if it was his young boys who had bought something with money from a job, and if they bought a PS5 and he wanted to have it put in the common area. Jonah wanted to put it in the common area because it's a PS5 and he wanted to play with it. And I'm pretty sure the dad wouldn't try and convince the two younger kids to put it in the common area so that Jonah can play with it also. It's clear fucking bias towards your own kids, I'm guessing. I'm not exactly sure of the family structure. It's whatever. But anyway, Jonah gets home really late most days, so the kids are in bed by the time he gets back. He's home late because he is working. Your son has a job, and you are butthurt because he has a job. You're butthurt because he's not around during the summer because he's working hard to buy things he wants, like a PS5 with controllers, which his brother then ruins the controller. Okay, I won't debate the nuances about sex and custody. I'm not an idiot. I understand perfect consent and parental responsibilities. I will just say that there is a large gap between consenting to sex versus consenting to have a child. I get that our current laws are against me on this one. So I read this thing on Reddit. I think it was on like the unpopular opinion subreddit because I've been looking there for like post ads to my videos. I'm gonna do that subreddit when the new year comes around. But I just want to say like um the post is spot on, and the post was something like, before you even have sex, you should discuss what happens if the woman gets pregnant. And I absolutely agree with that. I mean, you can't really I mean, unless it's like gay sex, you can't really get pregnant if there's two girls or two guys, but it doesn't really matter. But before any type of sexual encounter, you should discuss what happens before, like, if the woman gets pregnant before you have sex, which I think is a pretty great idea. Anyway, um, I didn't intend to lie to my wife. Jonah and May were something way into the distant past for me. Our settlement agreement was very clear on that. I had absolutely zero communication with May or Jonah for at least the 10 years prior to finding out about her illness. My child support was at a fixed rate, so I actually paid her out a lump sum that was supposed to take care of him until he was 18. It wasn't like it was getting taken out of pay every week. As far as I knew, I was never supposed to hear from Jonah or May ever again. Why would I tell my wife about something like that? Oh boy, here we go. All right, you know what? There's another post that I think is also posted by the dad. Holy shit, it is. We're gonna go to the dad's Am I the Asshole post about the PS5 and find out what the comments say. You're the asshole. I couldn't care less about how he spends his money, but it does set a poor example for my other two boys. What the fuck does this even mean? Exactly. What the fuck does this even mean? So, are you saying like it sets a bad example for them in terms of being selfish with their things? Because if he paid for it, he is allowed to be selfish with his own things. And when your sons are making their own money, they will be able to pay for their own things and buy their own things and then choose what happens with those things. And are they setting up, is he setting a bad example by getting a job, working hard to buy the things that he wants instead of borrowing money from you? Okay, my son should be grateful. Usually when a parent says this, it means nothing good. Yes. Okay, I was very clear with May that I didn't want kids, but apparently consent doesn't go both ways. That's You can try to avoid an unplanned pregnancy, but the body doesn't need consent to do what it's going to do. Exactly. The only way to avoid a kid is to not have sex in the first place. And no, I don't know if they use birth control or not in this story. I didn't catch I they didn't say whether they use birth control, but I'm going to assume they did. Not all birth controls are 100% effective. Like, I think you get probably around 97% for a lot of birth controls, but even if you use more than one birth control, there's no 100% guarantee that you're going to get pregnant, alright? There's a non-zero chance that you will get pregnant, a non-zero chance that you will get pregnant. So either don't have sex or don't be surprised if she does get pregnant, even if you're using birth control. And this is a conversation you probably should have had before you had sex. You should have been like, well, I don't want kids, so either I'm not gonna have sex with you, or you're gonna have to get an abortion, or give the baby up for adoption, or I'm just not gonna be a part of your life. And you're the one who chose to stay and raise this kid, and you said something about, oh, I didn't put him in a group home even though I could have. But then, okay, well, you don't get to not put him in a group home and then be all like butthurt about having to raise the kid because you chose to. I don't. This is such a weird story. But like, yeah, the body does not. require consent. It's not like May got pregnant on purpose. Like, y- you just, okay. Well, anyway, May put me through legal hell and ended up costing me tens of thousands of dollars over the years in child support, setting my own goals back. Okay, you sound charming. None of that is relevant here because it's not your kid's fault. Why are you holding this against him? Yeah, it seems to be just that it I think what it seems to be is that he just doesn't like this kid. He's just butthurt towards this kid for whatever reason. For some reason, he does not like this teenage child. I do not understand why. Oh yeah, while I'm thinking of it, I forgot to mention, at the wedding, um, Marcelina and Shadow announced that they were actually having twins, and that's a big part of why they're moving house and a big part of why they got married because they wanted to have a wedding and start a family. I mean, they already have Ash who's almost 6, but they wanted to like move out and get their own family going and stuff. So they're they're gonna have the twins and they're gonna move out first, but they're gonna have a house by the time they have the twins, and they're already looking at houses that are kind of outside of the area where I live, which I'm not gonna say exactly where I live, but they're looking for houses in Caledon, Ontario, which is 45 minutes, maybe a little more from where I live. Anyway, I just wanted to say that because I forgot to say that, but I think it's so amazing they're having twins, and Ash is really excited to be a big brother. Maybe I did mention it. I don't know. Okay. Instead of letting Jonah end up in a group home, I stepped in and took him in when they got sick. Instead of gratitude, I constantly have to deal with disrespect and attitude. Okay, another thing though, that's how teenagers are, alright? I got some attitude from my teenagers when from my kids when they were teenagers. And I'm sure when my other kid, and I'm sure when my younger kids become teenagers, they're gonna be giving me some attitude too. That's kind of how teenagers are. You gotta expect a little, like, sarcasm or a derisive snort once in a while, or asking them to drop you off at the movies around the block, so their friends don't see their mom dropping them off. It's just how it goes being a parent. But if he's really giving you that much attitude, then maybe he just realized that you don't like him, and guess what? The feeling's mutual. So you're allowed to like be butthurt towards him, but he's not allowed to be butthurt towards you. When he's butthurt towards you, suddenly it's disrespectful. Whatever. Your son is a teenager who clearly has picked up that he isn't exactly a welcome addition to the family. Exactly, thank you. The last straw was when Jonah set a login password for the PS5. If it's the post I think it is, you're omitting the fact that your 5-year-old son damaged a controller by spilling juice on it. Yes, thank you. I wonder if you offered to replace it? Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So, listen, yeah, exactly. I know he mentioned also in the post, oh, I didn't tell if Jonah had told me about the controller, of course I would have replaced it, but I'm not sure how accurate that is. But anyway, regardless of whether you replace it or not, regardless of whether you replace the controller or not, that's not really the point, is it? Your kids are disrespecting his very expensive gaming system, and as a result, he is choosing to keep that gaming system away from them. This is another thing as a parent. You have to teach your kids actions have consequences. If you don't teach them that, they're not going to learn. Now, I'm not saying beat your kids or spank your kids or anything. I seriously disagree with spanking for kids, but like, put them in timeout. I don't know, take away a privilege, like maybe don't let them watch TV for a few days or whatever, depending on the nature of their crimes. I just said crimes as if they're like running around robbing banks or something. But no, whatever. Sometimes I'll ground my kids or I'll take away privilege. Like if my kid has a party to go to and they mess up and they mess up, and I want to make it clear there's a difference between accidentally messing up, like making a mistake. I don't punish them for mistakes, and like doing something wrong. Like if I find out they're like, I don't know, bullying someone, which they've never done, but I'm just using it as an example. But if I find out they're bullying someone and they have a party to go to, I'll be like, well, you can't go to the party now. Or, if they have a movie to go to, I'll be like, you don't get to go to that movie. That one specific movie. The one you really want to see? Yeah, that one. Um, I basically told him that if he's not willing to share, then why should I give him a free ride? A free ride? Your son is a minor. It's inappropriate to use that phrasing. And for the record, demanding he share things he bought in exchange for a room is demanding payment. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. This kid, I'm glad someone said it because this kid is a fucking minor and he does not owe you anything. When he's 18, you can charge him rent. I mean, it's a dick move, but when he's 18, you can charge him rent and no one can really do anything about it. But if he's like 15 or 16, you can't like actually charge him rent because he is a minor and that's not how anything works in any case. Because of Jonah, my wife thinks I breached her trust, all for something that happened well before I met her. Jonah didn't choose to be born. If your wife feels you breached her trust, that's about your actions before you met her, not Jonah's. He's the innocent party in this. Thank you. He's a kid and he shouldn't be blamed for his mother or whatever, even though, yeah, he shouldn't be blamed for whatever you did or whatever his mom did or anything anyone else did. Like, anyway. I'm not going to get into whether it was a breach of trust. That's between you and your wife, but you need to stop blaming a 15-year-old kid. In response, he pulls the most aggressive move ever and sold it so now no one plays it. You gave him a bullshit ultimatum and he's too young to move out on his own. There really wasn't a whole lot of options for him to disagree with you here. Also, you threatened to take the PS5 to give to your sons or throw it in the trash. Either way, he'd be out the money he paid for it. Exactly. So selling it in response is not that surprising a reaction from a 15-year-old. I actually think it's the perfect reaction when you give him some bullshit like that. Oh, you have to pay rent or I'm gonna throw your PS5 away if you don't move it to the living room. It's fucking bullshit. It it honestly kind of it reminds me of the kind of thing that my Daniel would do, and I stopped calling him my dad like a couple months ago because he honestly doesn't deserve to be called my dad. He's not my dad. He's not. Like I already have a dad up in heaven who loves me unconditionally and who always has my best interest at heart, which is more than I can say for my birth. Anyway, but it sounds like something that Daniel would do, or something that Ruby Frank would do. Like Ruby Frank is the abusive mom of all those kids who like took her child's mattress away. And I actually Rachel made a really awesome commentary video. Rachel Oates is a YouTuber. She does all these like commentary videos where she'll talk about books or poetry or like other videos or something, and she made an entire video on the whole Ruby Frank and Jody Hildebrandt situation. If you don't know who those people are, it was basically an abusive mom situation where she like took her kid's mattress away and forced him to sleep on the floor for I think it was like 6 months because he played a prank on his little brother that they were going to Disneyland, and the little brother like got all excited, packed his bags, ran downstairs, and then it was like, "Oh, we're not actually going to Disneyland. Gotcha!" And then the mom took his blanket and mattress away. He said he was sleeping on a beanbag. There was a really disturbing clip that they showed where he said he was sleeping on a beanbag, and then he started laughing about the prank, and the mom was like, "Oh well, maybe if you're gonna keep laughing about the prank, you need more time without your mattress, and I'll just keep your mattress and take it away for more time." And it was pretty messed up. And the kid was like, "Oh no, it's not funny. It's not funny." Probably because he was fucking terrified of having to continue sleeping on the beanbag because she's obviously not providing her kids with their basic needs, and it's really fucked up. And there's another really disturbing clip where her little 6-year-old child this is a 6-year-old girl. The school calls because this 6-year-old child, okay, it's a 6-year-old child. I cannot stress this enough. She forgot to pack lunch and bring it to school, so they ask the mom to bring her a lunch, and she doesn't. And she actually even says in the video clip directly to the camera, like, okay, I'm gonna not bring her a lunch because she needs to learn there are consequences to her actions, and I'm gonna hope that nobody else brings her a lunch because she needs to, because that way she'll learn to pack her lunch. She's 6, and you I've never agreed with like taking food away from child as a punishment. Food is a basic right of every person and should not be denied. Th- uh, there's I suppose there's something to be said for, eat what's on your plate or you don't get anything else. I wouldn't do that either personally, but basically I just don't think taking food away is an appropriate punishment because it's a basic right of being a human, even though, a lot of people in countries are just starving and not getting their basic needs met. But we don't have to go into all that. But there was another really disturbing clip of this was actually one I'd seen I think a year or two ago before the whole Ruby Frank situation happened, and I didn't realize it was Ruby Frank doing this until Rachel Oates showed it in her video that I watched yesterday. But essentially, like, it's really messed up. It's so the mom goes into her kids' bedrooms and there's stuff on the floor, and she'll pick up the stuff on the floor, she puts it in this giant trash bag, and she says to the kids, I have all your stuff in this trash bag, so if you want anything back, then you have to either pay some money to get it back, or you have to do the equivalent of a chore, like, I don't know, empty the dishwasher or something, for example. Like, you have to do the equivalent chore that is gonna be the same amount of money to get your thing back. And then if anything's unclaimed at the end of the day, she's just gonna throw it in the trash. And that was, I think I saw it like 2 years ago originally, and I thought it was horrific. And I had no idea where it came from because I forgot the source, but either they didn't include a source or I just forgot that it was from Ruby Frank. But I forgot that I even saw that clip until Rachel Oates included it in her video. And when I saw it, I was like, yep, that seems exactly along the lines of something that this woman would do, and also something that my dad would do. Luckily, he never did anything like that, but he really enjoyed doing like power plays like that. But this is a pretty good response for a teenager. This is probably what I would have done. Well, maybe not because I wasn't as smart as this kid, but like, yeah, you threatened to either take it from him, or you were gonna throw it in the trash, and in response, he sold it, so he was like, well, now no one can play with it. And it was obviously more of a power play than anything, because that was clearly what it was, but essentially, you tried to do a power play on him, and he did a power play right back. And it looks like he won in this situation. He won because he understands he's not going to be screwed around by you. You're being a fucking asshole, and he is not putting up with that shit. Okay, anyway, but it seems like the perfectly appropriate reaction to me because now he has the money and he doesn't have the PS5, so you can't force him to share it. So now no one gets to play with the PS5. Guess what? Now your young sons don't get to play with the PS5 either, so go fuck yourself, Dad. So listen, am I the asshole here? So listen, how am I the asshole here? Yes. I've taken this kid into my home. Doesn't mean you can't be an asshole. Stop using doing one good thing to excuse everything else after. I'm gonna do that actually. I'm gonna go to a homeless guy. I'm gonna give him like a sandwich or something, and then I'm gonna go murder someone. And when the police catch me and they're like, "Oh, you murdered someone, you're going to jail," I'm gonna be like, "You can't arrest me. I just gave that homeless guy a sandwich." That's how the world works, right? That's how the world works, right? Oof. Anyway, how you behave still matters. Yeah, especially to a child who his mom is his mom is basically either sick or dead. I didn't really catch which one. But she isn't in the picture clearly anymore, and that means you are his main role model, and you're teaching him some really shitty behavior, and you're also showing that he can't really count on the people that claim to love him, which is something a kid should never have to Something a kid should never have to understand in their life, should never have to face in their life, is the fact that the people who claim to love them the most, or the fact that their own parents don't want them around or don't want anything to do with them or are just going to treat them like shit. Because if you can't rely on your parents, then who the hell can you rely on? Anyway, um, I've given him I've given him a home. You're his dad. Exactly. You're obligated to give him a home. So anyway, a family. You don't treat him like family and fund his lifestyle. Hang on. His job gives him essentially 100% disposable income purely because he lives in our household. He used this money to deck out his room, buy brand shoes, buy the latest iPhone, etc., all for himself. You admitted up front he buys his own stuff. What lifestyle are you funding exactly? All at the cost of my own relationship. You're blaming a 15-year-old for your wife being upset at your decisions before you met her. Thank you. Also, if this is real, you're now telling a 15-year-old kid that you consider him a burden because that kid has already been on this forum and may still be lurking. In return, I haven't asked for a cent. A 15-year-old child shouldn't be charged by their parents caring for their basic needs, and he won't treat me with respect nor follow my rules. Again, he is 15, and it sounds like your idea of treating you with respect is submitting to every rule you make, which, 15. That's not gonna happen. Some 15-year-olds are chill, others get into screaming matches with their parent. But somehow I'm the giant asshole who's in the study typing this out instead of enjoying Christmas with my extended family. There's something sad about a grown adult trying to prove to strangers they aren't an asshole to a 15-year-old. I'm hoping people will now give their fair opinion on the situation based on seeing both sides of the story. My opinion is you're still an asshole. So's mine. Ditto to everything said here. Just to add, based on the original post's update, he omitted that his current wife had no idea that he had a child prior to Jonah's mother's passing. Demonstrates a continued pattern of blaming his child for his own actions and the resulting consequences. There is no other side. There is no justification for their actions and attitude towards Jonah. Who gets married and doesn't mention they have a kid? I'd be pretty pissed as well. Right? I just got married and my husband is old enough to have a 15-year-old. If I found out he had one, I wouldn't be mad about the kid. I'd be mad he's lied to me about having one for 8 fucking years, lol. Especially when you're only told because the child is on the doorstep. But I am happy that the stepmom apologized about her behavior to Jonah. Yeah, at least there's that, I guess. Uh, all for himself. He was sharing his PS5 until the kids ruined an $80 plus controller, but keep bullshitting, I guess. In your fantasy, your 15-year-old should be showering you with gifts because you didn't put him in a group home. You're the asshole. Yeah, thank you. People, like, because you gave him a home, like, you shouldn't be expected to, oh, I did the bare minimum of parenting. Look at me. I'm such a great person. You should give me everything I want because I'm doing the bare minimum as a parent. Look at me. I'm putting food on the table for my kids. That means they have to do whatever I say. Seriously though, this reminds me so much of my dad. It actually, I'm not like triggered, but it did touch a nerve here a little bit just to see this shit happening because this is exactly the kind of thing my dad would have done if I had gotten a job and like bought, I don't know, a PS and bought something for myself. Like he would have been like, "Oh, you have to share with your sister or share with me or whatever." My dad, well, Daniel, I have to stop calling him my dad. But Daniel, he was like super into video games, so pretty sure if I bought a video game console for myself, he would have made me like put it in the living room and show it the entire family. And I wouldn't have stood up to him like this kid did because I am honestly too afraid of my dad. I was honestly too afraid of Daniel to do actually anything. So let's just read a couple of more comments because this is a really good comment section, and then we'll go back to the actual story. You're the asshole. His money, his console, his rules. And you're a bigger asshole for acting like he owes you something for you saving him when he is your son. He didn't ask to be born and he didn't ask you to be his father. You don't get to be a jerk for doing the bare minimum to support your child. Why on earth would you be asking him for money? Yes, I'm yelling. Yeah, he didn't ask to be born and he didn't ask you to be his father. I'm pretty sure if he could ask for someone else to be his father, he would absolutely ask for a different dad who wasn't gonna bully him into putting his PS5 in the living room and sharing it with his younger brothers who have proven that they can't treat his property respectfully. Alright, well, anyway. Alright, we're gonna read a couple more comments. You're the asshole. This makes you look worse, LMAO. Which was hard to do to begin with. So much worse, and then his individual comments are even worse if that's possible. OP really is a horrific a-hole. How are you the asshole? Let me count the ways. This should be good. 1. Your son bought stuff with his own money that he earned at a job. You aren't being generous by allowing him to keep his money or spend it the way he sees fit. Because it is his money. He is not the one raising your children. You are. You are the one who needs to set an example for him instead of expecting him to be the example for your kids. 2. You had sex with his mom. You had to have known that it could end in pregnancy. Don't want kids? Then you should have gotten a vasectomy. You helped create a child, so you get to help pay for one. He shouldn't be grateful that you are doing the absolute minimum required of you as a parent. You are responsible for your ejaculate. Act like it. 3. Again, you are doing the absolute minimum involved in being a parent and you expect absolute gratitude. Grow up. 4. Did you not tell your wife you had a son prior to your marriage? It appears your lack of acting like a responsible adult is a long-time pattern and not something new. 5. Your son said he didn't want his siblings playing on an expensive piece of electronics he bought with his own money unless he was there because one of your kids ruined something. So instead of fighting over it, he got rid of it. That shows maturity. You show none. Maybe if you would have been upfront and honest with your wife about your son in the first place, your relationship with your wife would not be at risk. You also don't get to not ask for a cent from your minor child and look like you are some big hero for it. Again, you are doing the absolute minimum expected of a parent. You need to step back and look at your failings because it appears you have many of them. Your post doesn't paint you in a better light than the previous post. If anything, you look worse than your son made you look. That's an impressive feat. Nice job. Nothing changed though. You're the asshole still. In his post, the son says his mom had to sue for child support. OP lives with his head in the sand. I agree, he lives with his head stuck inside something, but it ain't. Somehow this guy is worse than I originally thought. Impressive. I'm still trying to figure out how Jonah is setting a bad example to his brothers by working and buying his own things at 15. Isn't he setting an excellent example by this? Mind boggles. Yeah. Uh-huh. LMAO, the apparently consent doesn't go both ways. I know consent to sex does not equal consent to pregnancy, but from the post, I have a strong feeling this guy begged to go raw, only to end up with surprise Pikachu face when she got pregnant. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Did they even use protection? Because he never mentions that. And if you didn't use protection, then yeah, you're even more of the asshole. And even if that's not the case, he's still responsible for where his sperm ends up. Alright. Yeah, apparently consent doesn't go both ways. You just know he tried to pressure her into an abortion and then got pissy when she says no. Frankly, unless the lady inseminated herself via his used condom, that line is completely unwarranted. Is that even a thing? Alright, anyway. He's proven he's more of an asshole now than before. I feel so sorry for the kid. OP, you are selfish and self-centered. Get some professional help so you can be a better father to your son. He deserves it. The onus is in you as a parent to do much, much better. Please start putting this kid first and support him emotionally. Just paying for stuff and managing his inheritance until he's old enough is not enough. You need help so you can figure out how to change. You're the asshole. Um, in the son's original post, he did do an update comment. The wife slash stepmom didn't know about Jonah's existence until he came to live with them. Okay, you're the asshole. I didn't see the original post, but I can't believe how callously you talk about your son. He doesn't need to be grateful to have an asshat for a father. Seriously, what is wrong with you? Okay. You know what? And then someone else gives the link to the original post that the son posted, and we're actually gonna go there because I want to read a few of the comments from there too. I think it's only fair. I might just not get back to the original story today. So you guys know how it goes, but because I already read the story, but anyway. Not the asshole. You bought it with your own money and aren't obligated to share it. The fact that you did in the first place was very generous, given PS5s are like gold dust, and your brothers clearly weren't careful when using it. Not even that, he was willing to continue showing it as long as they use it as he was home, because his brother broke an $80 controller, LMAO. $80 controller they probably wouldn't replace, and would just demand more of OP if other things got broken. Given that the OP's dad demanded that the PS5 be gifted to the boys, as opposed to wanting to buy it from the OP for them, this is a safe bet. That's the worst part. The dad, and I use that word with sarcasm, was a real prick with ears, ordering the OP to gift the whole thing to the younger ones for Christmas. He had no right at all to do that. They probably would have demanded he replace it at any cost if the kids broke it. Yeah. This. Also, I'm sorry for your loss. Can't imagine how difficult it must be for you now. I hope you can get along with your new family, but do not be afraid to stand up for yourself. You worked a lot for your PS5. You gave your stepbrother's IMO a lot of attention, and were very considerate towards them. Your parents shouldn't punish you or your siblings for that. Yeah. Um, I genuinely don't understand your parents' logic. One of your younger brothers ruined a controller by spilling something on it, which is a very 5-year-old thing to do. Your response was not to prevent them from using it at all, but just to use it when you were supervising them anyway. That should be a given with a $500+ piece of equipment that has mature content accessible on it, but especially given that they've already destroyed one of the accessories. They wanted you to move an expensive piece of equipment to the family room so your brothers could play and ruin it completely unsupervised. There is no logic. They resent him. They're despicable. That's what I said. That's what I said. He just doesn't like his son. He's butthurt about this kid for some reason. Because the kid was just born. That's what the kid that's that's it. That's all the kid did. The kid was just born without I guess, without his permission, and so that means he gets to hate the kid forever. I agree, they resent the 15-year-old because he's her stepson, and he had little contact with his dad, and they don't want him. Now he's earning great money in a part-time job, and they want him to share his electronics with the 7-year-old and 5-year-old, and they want him to help with family bills. No way, save your money. Alright. New comment thread. Not the asshole. Keep saving your money so you can get out of there as soon as possible. Do not let them have access to your accounts. And do not pay rent or bills. If you have somewhere else you can stay, maybe chase those leads. I'm sorry you had to do that, but you were right to. Your father and his wife sound awful. This is important because they seem to think they have the right to your money already, so if it's a joint account, they may just take what they think they have the right to. If you have a joint account with them, talk to the bank about the issue now and ask what they can do for you. Opie sounds like he's in Australia, in which case there would be no problem with him having an independent bank account. Haha, spot on, mate, says the OP. I'd say tell me you're from Australia without telling me you're from Australia, except you're literally telling us you are from Australia. But like, mate is such an Australian word. Alright. New comment thread. New comment thread. New comment thread. New comment thread. There's a lot of freaking comments here. Hang on. Uh, Update. Wow, this blew up overnight. First, thanks to. Oh, never mind. We've already seen this entire thing. He just posted an update in the comments, and you guys know the update, so I'm gonna actually read some comments that are underneath the update. Your stepmom sounds lovely. I'm glad you were able to have a chat. You sound very responsible with money. Your dad needs to get over his pride and ego and be proud of you. He also needs to start communicating. To not have told your stepmom about you is really awful. He seems too focused on his image rather than his family. Good resolution. Of course, your dad is still the asshole, but stepmom really stepped up, and your stepbrothers are just annoying little brothers like everybody else's. Not lying or manipulative, so there's that. They just know that your dad will take up for them. Do try and build a relationship with stepbrothers. Later in life, good relationships are hard to come by, and your stepmom is a really nice person. And then someone sent a link to the dad's post as well. Thank you for sharing. Cannot believe the father is such a giant asshole. Poor child, but at least the stepmom is a good parent. I really hope that he doesn't screw up these kids. That the dad doesn't screw up these very young impressionable boys because they're 5 and 7 and they have a lot of time to be come to become terrible people like the dad. And when you're around that energy, it's really hard to, you know, be a good person. But I really do hope that they take a page from OP, from their stepbrother, from their mom, and that they just don't become terrible people like their dad, and that they'll become good people regardless of their dad's negative energy. Um, so I'm back at the original post now, and I would like to read this comment, not comment, this new post. So this is posted by essentially the dad, the same dad that, oh my god, the title. The fucking title. Am I the asshole for intercepting and eating my son's food delivery while he was grounded? January 13th, 2022. Okay. This should be interesting. Yeah, this is posted by the dad. My eldest son, 16 years old, is undergoing a hormonal fueled rebellious phase. His behavior consists of things like rolling his eyes when I talk, backchatting when I tell him to do something, overemphasizing putting on his headphones when I enter the room, and a whole laundry list of other passive aggressive behaviors. It was his birthday yesterday, and he was going to go out with his friends this weekend to celebrate by paintballing. However, when I got home from work yesterday, I noticed that he had failed to do some chores I had set for him and then did the whole headphones routine when I started telling him off for it.
Uh,
And by the way, your kids can sense exactly how you feel about them. They can sense if you like them or if you don't like them. And this kid can definitely sense his dad doesn't like him. It, anyway, I got so sick of this attitude that I threatened to ground him for 2 weeks, which means not letting him leave the house except for work. Okay, so anyway, I just want to say it was his birthday yesterday. So for the weekend thing, this is a birthday thing. This is a birthday thing. And I just want to say I have a real issue with parents just being like, "Oh, that special birthday thing you wanted to do, forget it. It can't happen." Like I think even in the I know the Proud Family was meant to be like a cartoon, and I think this was in the Proud Family movie and not the actual show, but there's this one scene that really grinds my gears where at like the beginning of the movie where the dad is like, you don't get a birthday party this year because of I think he caught her kissing a boy or something, and that really rubbed me the wrong way. And like, if you cancel your kid's birthday party, I will agree there is the rare circumstance in which it's okay. I would never personally do it, but don't I don't want to set that precedent in my house, but I guess if you have a good enough reason, this is not a good reason. Just your teenager like giving attitude or whatever, especially when they can sense your clear resentment for them. Anyway, let's keep reading. But I am so it pisses me off that parents will just be like, "Oh, you broke a glass. You don't get to have your birthday now." Because my dad used to do that. That was the thing that my dad used to do. Like I remember a whole thing where he like took away our birthdays and then you know anyway, I don't want to get into it. But Daniel, I keep calling him my dad. He's not my dad. Anyway, uh my words clearly cut through his headphones, and it dawned on him that he would not be allowed to go paintballing this weekend, so he took off his headphones and said, "Go fuck yourself," and then shut himself in his room. This naturally led to his actual grounding. The grounding didn't seem to faze him, as he spends a lot of time in his room anyway. I cut off his devices from our home Wi Fi, but he works around this by having his own hotspot. He refused to come out for dinner last night when my wife asked him to, and has basically barricaded himself in his room. At 10 p.m. last night, he ordered himself a meal via a delivery app. Again, he has clearly been passive aggressive here, flaunting his independence as he had a perfect, lovely meal in the fridge made by my wife. So what? I was still up watching TV, so I intercepted the I intercepted the delivery and ate the meal myself. At some point, my son must have come out and seen me, but retreated back to his room without saying anything. My wife thinks I'm a major asshole for eating the meal, but I think it comes part and parcel with the grounding. My wife also thinks I'm too harsh with due to the grounding. I'll let him go to paintball if he apologizes. So am I the asshole who read it? Verdict. Uh, removed before verdict rendered. I kind of want to see if we go to this post. Can we see the comments? Oh my god. Okay. I remember you. OMG. The very first comment. Check the obvious history, folks. He's the asshole every single fucking time. He deleted all his previous posts. Edit. I remember you can scroll through comments on the old posts and find the copy that is auto set up by a mod bot. Check out the original one about the console. Here's the one about the console and the original by the sun, and then he sends the links. Truly beautiful, lol. The son was so in the right that it's actually kind of funny on the side of dad being a pussy pants about it. I know, this dad just seems like a really butthurt person. I'm loving the edit saying we have so much time to go through his post history. It's like right there for anyone to see. We don't even have to dig. Dude isn't getting the result he wanted, so his butt hurt. And I guarantee he's learned nothing from either of these episodes and will be back in a month or so having done something else. Oh, he definitely will. I'm not sure either. I'm not sure why either. He always ends up the asshole and never listens to anybody about it. Also, based on his comment history, he always seems to give the opposite rating everyone else does, which I get. People have differing opinions, but it's just so consistent. He is not going through a hormone-fueled rebellious phase. He lost his mom to cancer, got stuck with a family he doesn't know, has a bio dad who treats him poorly to coddle younger siblings, and only gets reprieve when stepmom calls bio dad out to the entire family based on a Reddit post where he seeks support after being treated like shit. Did I miss anything here? He doesn't trust you. You've done nothing to earn his trust. Respect is earned. Love is earned. You've done nothing to earn anything from him. All you keep doing is digging a deeper and deeper hole. You're the asshole, you're the asshole, you're the asshole, you're the asshole. Oh, you're the dad who tried to steal his kid's PS5 that got ripped apart, then got ripped apart by your family and your wife. What did your brother call you? A stubborn C word? You're flexing here. You hate that your teenager who you gave a home to, father of the year by the way, is being backed up by everyone around you. So you're acting like, well, exactly like your brother described you. Grow up. You're the asshole. So glad this free award was a silver. This needs to be the top comment. Thank you for letting us all know who this guy really is. Link to the poor child he is neglecting's previous post. And then he sends the link. This is that family? That guy sucks. I can't believe he has the balls to show up here again. Oh my god, this is the same bloke. So the dad took absolutely nothing away from the last Am I the Asshole. Hopefully this time he'll pay attention this time round. He's a stubborn C word, so he won't. So true. I would have been rattled if hundreds of people were telling me I'm a dick. And he deleted this post. He deleted his post that time, so it doesn't count. Slash sarcasm. Actually, I'm pretty sure mods removed it because it was so full of bullshit, but still, I don't think he knows Reddit enough yet to understand that nothing is ever completely deleted here. Yeah, once something's on the internet and it's out there forever, it's unfortunate, but it's true. So it was removed before the verdict was rendered. The son updates in the same post. This should be interesting. Update comment from his son. Hi everyone. Sorry for hijacking the top comment, but this is my dad's post. Thanks for everyone's support. I don't think I need to add any more fuel to the fire here. The posts and the comments largely speak for themselves. I just wanted to give a quick update to everyone that I'm 100% fine and okay. My stepmom vetoed my punishment, so I'm all good to go out with my friends this weekend. One of my new uncles has asked me to stay with them for a while, which is also super cool. So I'm doing well and loving life. These comments are hilarious. Much love. Update from the father in the comments. Original comment. I'm sure many of you would be ecstatic to know that my marriage may be over. I came home this evening to find that my wife and my two younger boys have left. Probably at her mother's house. My oldest is still staying at my brother's house since the beginning of January. This has hit me hard. As Redditors now like to remind me on a daily basis, I now know I've been a shitty husband and father. I have some self-reflection to do. I am stubborn, but my wife has always been there to talk me down. I guess she has had enough. I don't fucking blame her. The only communication I have is a text from my wife saying she wants a divorce and that her lawyers will get in touch regarding separation arrangements. I've tried calling, but it keeps going to voicemail, same as my in-laws. I want to apologize. I want to offer to go to counseling or therapy like she asked. Too late. It's too late. If I still can't get through to her via phone, I'm thinking of going to my in-laws' house. I have to try to at least talk to her. I guess my redditors hate me, but I am welcome any suggestions on if there is anything I can try. Okay, so I this is interesting. So everyone should take a page from the stepmom here. So um this guy, the dad, never told the stepmom until like I think they said it was like 8 years into the relationship that he had a kid. It was at least while they were dating. It was for a while. I didn't catch the actual timelines, but she did not know that this guy she was with had a kid for like a while, and then when um when she finds out, she's decides to be the stepmom to this kid first of all,
mm,
but she also doesn't blame the child at all for what happened because, it's not his fault. It's the dad's fault for being a dick. But as far as that goes, um, she even treats him nicer than his own father and is actually a good person to him and treats him like he's wanted. And I hope he still has a relationship with her and his stepbrothers, like after everything ends. That Jonah still has a relationship with the stepmom and his stepbrothers. Not the dad. He doesn't deserve that. The dad has been an asshole, and he keeps saying he has some reflection to do, but I really don't think anything's gonna change because nothing has already changed. Even though people on Reddit keep telling him, yes, you're the asshole, you're the asshole, you're the asshole, you're the asshole. Every single one of your posts is like, you're the asshole. Every single one of your posts. Yes, you're in the wrong. You're being a shitty father. You're being a shitty husband. He doesn't care. He comes back. He posts again. He's like, am I the asshole for being an asshole? Yes, you are every time. Anyway, but yeah, in and on the dad's side, he blames his son for essentially just being born and coming into this world, and he's mad because his wife got sick, but he takes it out on his son. He's mad because his son is getting hit. He's mad because his son is getting an inheritance from his wife, which is the kid's fault. He takes it out on his son. He's like, I didn't put the kid in a group home, but then he abuses the kid by not letting him. He eats the food that's for the kid. This is a bunch of bullshit, and I would like to continue this story, but I think for now I'm just done. It's late and I'm tired, and I am going to. I'll try and be back tomorrow. I have a movie at 4:15, but I might be able to come by. I might be able to if I wake up and like get ready early enough, I might be able to just record for about an hour or so, like record the video, and then I'm hoping to do a couple more stories from Best of Redditor updates once I'm completely finished with this one. But this one's taken a long time. I should have, if I'd known this was going to be such a big post, I probably would have made an entire video like just on this post, like I did with the P-Gate saga. But anyway, you know what they say about hindsight. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. I know I said I wasn't gonna come back to this story, but I want to finish this off, or at least keep going until I'm ready to be done. So our last post was in January, and this one's in February. February 2nd, 2022. Am I the asshole for buying my wife a new dress? By the same guy, the same the dad of the story in the last couple of stories. My male 34 wife, female 29, and I regularly attend formal functions like once every 2 to 3 weeks. I work as a consultant, and these events are a great way to attract new business and for network. My wife generally dislikes these things, but she puts on a good front for me. It's generally a good night involving lots of food, alcohol, and socializing, while our kids are looked after by a sitter. Due to the pandemic, we haven't had any for about 2 years, but they are now starting to come back. On a function 2 weeks ago, my wife came downstairs dressed in a pantsuit and her hair in a simple ponytail. Don't get me wrong, she still looked amazing, but pretty much all the other ladies wore ball gowns or cocktail attire. Oh my god, here we go. When we talked about it afterwards, she told me that she was sick of the hours of hair and makeup, nails and preparation, and that if I insisted she go, she will dress how she pleases. I tried to explain that these things are a necessary part of my industry, but she wouldn't budge. She counters that she never drags me to any of her work functions, which I responded that we should compare pay slips, which was clearly the wrong thing to say, and she left the room. After the argument, I tried to make it up to her, so I ordered a very nice and expensive gown for her to wear for the next function. Are you listening to her? I even took it to our tailors for adjustments, as they knew her measurements. When I presented the dress to her, she was initially very happy and said the dress was gorgeous, but as soon as I mentioned that she should wear it for our next function, she immediately blew up at me. She thinks I'm being manipulative and going against her wishes. I thought I was just offering her a nice gesture. Am I the asshole? Verdict. Removed before verdict rendered. Alright, let's go to the comments. It's time to go to the comments and see what they say. This is the third post you've made where you are absolutely the asshole. Do you get off on other people's negative responses? A month ago, you posted about forcing your bio son to let his step siblings use his game console because he owed you for taking him in after his mom died. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Thank you. However, your son posted his version first, and then he shows the links. 2 weeks ago, you posted about grounding him on his birthday for not doing chores. Then he ordered and paid for his own food delivery, which you stole and ate to prove your dominance or whatever. Yeah. I'm assuming he, used his money from his job that he used to also buy his PS5. And now you're forcing your wife, who was on your son's side both times, to be your arm candy at your oh so important fancy work functions. Once again, you're showing you don't give a shit about anyone else's feelings or wants but your own. Should we expect the next post to be, am I the asshole for refusing to let my wife divorce me? You're the asshole. It's this guy again? Dude, you're the asshole. You are always the asshole. Adding in this link that includes a list of OP's replies. My two favorites are about how he consented to sex but did not consent to having a child, and saying, I don't love my son yet, he hasn't earned it. You guys don't understand how hard this is. And then he posts the link of to the Best of Redditor Updates post, actually, the one that we're reading right now. Oh my bad, I did parenting all wrong. I loved all three of my kids before they earned it. Damn, guess I'll just have to have another child to make up for this mistake. Slash S, which means sarcasm basically. Thank you for that. I snorted. We all be messing this up, loving kids who haven't earned it. Alright. I'm not clear on instructions. Are we supposed to give the kids trash to take out as soon as they pop out of the womb so they can start earning their keep? Or do we have to wait until they can at least walk and talk before we consider them love-worthy? I gave mine prenatal chores. No lazy fetus is not earning their keep around here. Mine had to keep her womb clean or she didn't get her allowance. This is so hilarious. Oh yeah, the apparently consent did only goes one way line. The guy really can't even realize how bad he sounds. Damn, dude. Anyway, new comment thread. New comment thread. Wait. I think we can safely say that this guy is not just the asshole, but an asshole in general. Behold the emperor of assholes. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Which, oh my god, I remember that meme. I just forget what show it was from. Wasn't it from American Dad or something? No, it's from South Park. I think it's from South Park, right? It's from South Park? Okay, anyway. Uh, new. Hmm. What is this? Someone sent a link to a subreddit. r/blanket guy. The bad judgment and misadventures of blanket guy all in one place. What? Blanket guy? I have no idea what any of this is. Huh. Interesting. Are these all from the same guy? Or okay. So sorry for the late reaction. I couldn't find the very first post, but at this point of time, there is his own subreddit with all of it, plus all other posts that give blanket guy energy. I don't know how to link Reddit pages, so I hope I'm doing it correctly. And then she links the page that we just went to. Okay. I need to find a new common thread. Where the hell is the common thread? Which I responded that we should compare pay slips. Low whistle. At least you realize that was bad. You're the asshole, though. It was only 2 to 3 times a year. Not too big of an ask. But every 3 to 4. If it was only 2 to 3 times a year, not too big of an ask. But every 3 to 4 weeks. Nope, nope, nope. It's generally a good night involving lots of food, alcohol, and socializing. Maybe a good night for you, but not for her. She's already doing this for you once, sometimes twice a month. As long as it's appropriate, she can wear what she wants. Geez, I missed that part. He is absolutely being manipulative and doesn't understand there's way more pressure for women to spend more time getting ready to look good for events like these. Also, she may not enjoy socializing or drinking with his colleagues like he does. It's possible she thinks of a good time as staying home. This is all about what he wants with no regard to her feelings. I'm majorly introverted and I would hate this. I would absolutely just do it if it were 2 to 3 times a year, but every 2 to 3 weeks, what the hell? I kind of like fancy dress parties, and I still don't want to do the several hours of prep type of dress up more than more than every 2 to 3 months tops. All right. I'm gonna just hang on. Mm, there's another. All right. I lost my place. Hang on. All right. OOP's updates in the comments. Update: my wife has left. Wait. Okay, yeah, it is. All right. Update: my wife has left February 3rd, 2023, and you absolutely deserve it. Alright, this is just the same thing. This is the exact same post that he made about getting divorced. It says all the exact same stuff, so I'm not like it's word for word, so I'm not gonna bother reading it again. And oh boy, here we go. Because he then makes another post, February 7th, 2022. Wait, this one was on February 3rd, 2023. I think he meant to write 2022 in that post. But anyway, my wife wants to divorce me and won't talk to me. What can I do to win her back? Or how can I win her back? February 7th, 2022. Oh boy, this should be interesting. Hi all, I need some advice about how to win back my wife, and I'm genuinely willing to do anything. My wife, she's female 29, and I am male 34, of 8 years have been having serious relationship issues over the last few years. The main area of friction between us is that I have a son, male 16, from a previous teenage fling that I never told her about. We also have another 2 young children together. My 16-year-old son had to come live with us about 3 years ago because his biological mother died. Oof. His presence in our lives caused a lot of tension between my wife and I because she felt I majorly breached her trust. We argued more and more about minor things until last Thursday I came home to an empty house. I'm devastated. My wife is the love of my life and has always been the main support center in my life. I tried calling her, but she kept sending me to voicemail. She sent me a text saying that she wasn't ready to talk, but was filing for a divorce and to wait to hear from her lawyers regarding separation mediation. I'm a wreck. I would do anything to have her back, including counseling and therapy. She had previously asked me to attend, but I was too arrogant to take it up. I felt that if I could just talk to her, I can have a chance to explain and we can get through this. The next day, I did something stupid. I went to a workplace accounting firm with her favorite takeaway lunch to try to talk to her. Oh my freaking gosh. Listen to people. Listen. You are not listening. Oh my gosh. Jeez. Anyway, with her favorite takeaway lunch to try to talk to her. She must have worded up the reception staff, which I think means like told them what's going on exactly, because they adamantly refused to buzz me into the office. Her staff even went as far as calling for building security. Not wishing to cause further drama, I left voluntarily. That night, I doubled down on my stupidity. I tried to visit her at her parents' house with a bunch of gifts for her and for the kids. My mother-in-law answered through intercom but wouldn't let me in. I was so frustrated and emotional that I broke down at their door, basically making a scene and refusing to leave. So glad I saw the ad. Jeez. Later, my brother turned up. I assume my wife called. He tried to convince me to go home, but we ended up in a shouting match. He eventually tried to manhandle me back to my car, so I got into a physical altercation with him, but I left when my father-in-law came out and threatened to call the police on me. Things have really gone downhill since then. This morning, two police constables turned up to where I work with a provisional domestic violence order along with the summons to attend court for a permanent order. I was in shock and as a result was inadvertently quite rude to the constables. This put them offside. I am a contractor working I am a contractor working at a client site, and so when my client asked the constables what the matter was about, they said they couldn't say for privacy reasons, but then immediately handed out business cards with their Family Violence Liaison Unit title embossed at the top. So now my firm's senior partner has waved me off, going back to the client site, and I may be fired. Well, that's. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. I feel like this is the wake up call I needed. I know I have been a narcissistic asshole and I'm ready to change. What can I do to talk to her? To show her I'm determined to do better. Dude, she doesn't want to talk to you and she doesn't want to be with you. You need to let it the fuck go. I don't want to just end it like this. I know that if I have a chance to explain myself, to apologize, to promise to work really hard on my marriage, to work on my narcissism, to go to therapy, to go to counseling, whatever my wife needs to forgive me, and we can get on with our lives. Oh my gosh. Our court hearing is in a few weeks, so I am thinking of turning up early with some expensive jewelry and try to talk to my wife before the hearing. What the actual fuck? My solicitor has told me this is a bad idea, but I feel like I need to do something. I don't want to just negotiate with my wife across a courtroom. I just want to remind her how much I love her and what she means to me, and how much she means to me. What can I do to win my wife back? Has anyone else been in this situation? Too long didn't we? My wife has left me and won't talk to me. I caused a scene at her work and now there is potential legal action against me. I want to win her back. Well, causing a scene was not the right way to go about it. You okay? I'm gonna scroll back up to the top because I gotta see the comments on this. I gotta see the comments on this, man. I gotta see. All right. Um. So we've got the posts here. Where are the comments? Okay. So the first commenter, this is really interesting. First commenter says, I've been reading about this whole saga ever since your son posted the PS5 story. This post cemented to me more than anything that you didn't learn jack shit whatsoever. So let me reiterate to you and everyone else here who is unfamiliar with your fuckery to show you exactly how you fucked up. One, 16 years ago, you couldn't be bothered to use fucking condoms and you got your late ex-girlfriend pregnant. Okay, they actually weren't using protection. That was what I was wondering. And instead of taking responsibility for your laziness that resulted in you impregnating her, you have tried to force her into an abortion. She refused, had a child for herself, and you spent the next decade bitching to yourself how she is ruining your life for making you pay child support without even a hint of you being responsible for all of this. 2 years Number two, 2 years ago, you took your son into your house once his mother died, but acted like you were some kind of a fucking hero, deserving all the praise for doing so, and established an unhealthy relationship where your son was expected to shower you with respect for doing the bare minimum. Also, even adding into your former post that he should be grateful that he isn't in an orphanage. Meanwhile, you had to spring this news to your now ex-wife because you hid this very major part of your life from her. She had no idea whatsoever that you had a child out of wedlock with your late ex-girlfriend. 3. Moreover, you tried to confiscate the gaming console your son paid with his money from his job because his younger siblings were being irresponsible with it, even though he tried to accommodate them the use of the console. Then you forced him into a corner where he could either sell his console or have it brought to the living room to play with the other kids, clearly thinking you won the argument. And then you threw a hissy fit when your son sold the console because, surprise, surprise, he took the choice you offered him. 4. You found out about his post via your family, and you were so fucking petty and so fragile with your ego that instead of taking the fact that your whole family saw you as an asshole here in stride and enjoy the holiday gatherings with them, you barricaded yourself into your office and spent the day making this account, and even going so far by literally naming your account not an asshole after all, which is just both hilarious and sad, and spending your day arguing with strangers on Reddit because your ego was reaching critical meltdown over not being able to get validation. 5. In an incident that literally drove your eldest kid to move with your family, he neglected to do his chores and you grounded him on his birthday. And then when your kid ordered some food for himself, you literally ate it. Yes, you were this petty and this childish. And finally, the final straw that finally broke the camel's back. that finally reached 16 years of you sowing your own downfall of your ego. You showing to your wife how much you not only don't respect her, but that you see her as an extension of your petty vanity. Instead of even trying to listen to her, instead of you even trying to understand that she dislikes going to your business events, you not only ignore that, you basically try to bribe her with an expensive dress on the condition of her wearing it to your event. Basically saying, I do not give a shit about your feelings about my work. Here, a pretty dress. Now shut the fuck up and wear it to make me look good. Ugh, this is so insane. 7. Your ex-wife. I know you two are still technically married, but she is your ex-wife because no fucking way she's going back to you. Has had enough. Saw every single thing you fucked up in these 8 years and decided she is finished with you. But instead of you finally waking up, finally realizing how much of a worthless piece of shit you are. You basically quadrupled down, harassing her at work, harassing her at her family home, to the point where you had a fist fight with your own fucking brother because he is presumably someone who actually knows how to feel empathetic towards other people. And now, after all the shit that happened, you sit here and think to yourself, yes, expensive jewelry in the courtroom will show her how much I care, but here is the crux. You don't. You buying expensive jewelry shows that you don't care. You only care just enough to get her back, because you realized for the first time the consequences of her leaving. You ending up alone. You want her back not because you love her. You want her back because your ego cannot take the fact that she left. And only now you give a shit about couples counseling, about therapy, reconciliation, and again, you only care about it because your ego keeps telling you that if you just do it, it will all be fine. Nope, because if you cared enough, you would do this years ago. Something you refused to do because you thought you were in the clear and that you wouldn't have any consequences if you blew it all off. And only now do you care because your ego is in damage control, and only now is considering the consequences of losing your ex wife. You want advice? Let her go. You will give up on her. You will sign any alimony and or child support she demands. You will shut the fuck up and you will leave her alone. To quote you from your earlier post, he needs to learn the consequences of his actions, so it's time for you to follow your own advice. It is time for you to finally grow up and learn that you are not the main character of your story. Um, and you do not get to complain ever again. You brought this upon yourself. There's this there's this phrase that I've seen on like shirts and buttons and like they put it on like everything. It's pretty funny. It says it basically goes, well, 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 if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. And like I think about it a lot. It's I just think it's fucking funny. And it's so true in these types of cases. Anyway. And then we got the replies. This pretty much explains his entire history. At this point, he better bury his head in the sand because then he won't hurt people that don't deserve it. I think his next post will be like this. I hate my ex-wife. She made me pay child support, and my new girlfriend doesn't have any idea I have 3 kids and how to manipulate her. Some people never learn. I used to comment on his Am I the Asshole posts. Hope your wife reconsiders your wedding, and now it happened, and I don't feel bad for him. Hope he at least wake up. That's all I can say. Yeah, he's literally learned nothing. He's very clearly learned nothing. Alright, let's just go back to the fucking original post because I gotta read the rest of this. Blah blah blah. I want to win back my wife. Yada yada yada. And then update. I get it. It's over. You guys are right. I fucked up irrevocably this time. I've lost my family and likely will use my job. Will lose my job. I've always tried to control everything in my life. It's worked for me in the past because my family is wealthy and they fix things for me. Well, there you fucking go. But my wife and brother must have spoken to my parents because they said I can't use the law firm. My family has no retainer for my divorce or upcoming separation proceedings anymore. Ha ha ha, good. I'll hire my own solicitor as soon as stuff starts opening. I'll seek mental help too. Most importantly, I'll leave my wife alone. Thanks for the comments and replies. The wife finds the post and responds on the son's account. February 10th, 2022. Hi everyone, a lot has happened over the last few months. My stepmom has been reading all of these posts and comments. She saw that he's now saying that he will change and hoping to gain some sympathy out of it. She emailed me this today to pass on to people can and to pass on so people can decide if he deserves any. I haven't edited it anyway, just copy and pasted it. Okay. Hi everyone, I am not a Reddit user, but I have been following the messages that my stepson and my soon to be ex has written. I would also like to thank the hundreds of kind people who immediately saw through his bullshit and gave him some hard truths. I'm also grateful of all the well wishers to me, my sons, and Jonah. So I guess this is the stepmother of Jonah. Apart from the few incidents last week, which isn't the complete picture by the way, he has stopped trying to contact me directly. But I'm hearing from mutual friends that he is on a mission to garner sympathy, trying to lay blame for his life falling apart everywhere except for himself. I note that he is throwing a pity party for himself on Reddit too, hoping to get people to congratulate him on how much he has changed. Ha! I want to set the record that this man is in quotation marks, deserves no sympathy. I have been with him for 8 years. Yes, I realize that I'm a naive idiot, and I take my part of the blame for not only sticking around, but for having two, now three, incredible, light of my life, adorable children with this man. Again, man is in quotation marks. I will lay out the autopsy of my marriage and let people judge for themselves. I met him when I was only 21, a broke uni student trying to make it on my own. I met him while working at my part time job. I was taken in by his looks, his wealth, and his confidence. We got married within 3 months. I was stupid and vain, tricking myself into thinking he was the prince to whisk me off to a better life. After our wedding, the manipulation started. He wanted to convince me not to continue my studies. You don't need to, babe. I'll look after you. You just look pretty and look after my house. After the birth of our first child, I took 12 weeks off for maternity leave. I was pretty established in my job then. He again tried to convince me to be a stay at home mom. He tried to gaslight me, saying that it's not fair on your son and that his fondest memories as a child was with his mom at home. Throughout the marriage, he would constantly use his wealth as leverage. My dad, bless him, is a good tradie but terrible businessman. Early on, my ex arranged a loan through his family trust to rescue my dad's business. My ex would then gently remind me of that fact every time we disagreed about something. Ugh, gross. He would constantly monitor my credit card usage. He would question me on certain transactions that weren't to his liking. For example, fashion, gym, hair, Botox, makeup, completely fine. But a latte and a muffin? Who the hell did you have a coffee with? He would constantly provide input on my appearance. As an example, he would show me pictures of celebrities and tell me that it would be nice if I dressed and did my makeup more like that celebrity. He would also make offhand comments about what I ate. Are you sure you want to order that in the main size? Didn't you have a sugary drink already at lunch? Or my personal pet hate. I think my wife will have the salad tonight. Oof. Oh my gosh. This is a horrible person. This is a horrible person. Yeesh. Um, At the industry awards or charity things we went to, he would tell me who I should talk to. I can't tell you how many inane, vapid conversations I've had with other spouses about the latest bags or some other bullshit winter collection. I once made a joke about him in front of some of his colleagues, and he scolded me like a child in the car ride home. You all know about him hiding Jonah's existence from me. What you may not know is that he lied about Jonah's mom and made her out to be a gold digger who tricked him into having a kid. This is why my initial reception of Jonah was definitely not warm, and I am ashamed for it. He's a really decent and sweet boy, and is so kind and patient with my two boys. He deserves better than his dad. I can go on for pages and pages. This list doesn't even begin to describe the level of narcissism, manipulation, and control he had over me for the last 8 years. I know I'm equally to blame for this, but I'm done with it now. I wasn't strong enough. I wasn't confident enough. I didn't want to say no to a man is always in quotation marks, who gave me everything. Even now, at weak moments, I feel myself starting to miss him and wonder if I should just endure it. That maybe it'll change just enough that I may be able to live with it. But then his recent fake pity party bullshit snapped me right out of it. I don't want his money. I don't want him. I just want my kids and I to live our lives free of him. Thank you for reading. And the son made a comment in regards to his living situation and his dad trying to call him. I'm living with my uncle and cousins at the moment. My dad has texted me, called me a few times, but only as a way to talk to my stepmom. Not even doesn't even care about his son. Doesn't even care about his son. Uh okay. Hiring an investigator will under intervention order ACT February 12th, 2022. I'm just considering some options here. From a legal standpoint, is it illegal for person A to hire a private investigator to survey person B while person B has an intervention order against person A? Oh my God. I'm grieving the life I used to have, February 12th, 2022. I had it all. I had everything. A beautiful wife, gorgeous kids, an awesome house in the suburb, and a well-paying job and a bright future. It all came crumbling down last week. My wife left with the kids while I was at work. It took me by surprise. Sure, we argued about little things like any other couple, but I had no idea she would hit the exit button so suddenly. I'm a good provider, I have nice shiny things, and we were, I thought, a great couple. Yeah, just because you pay for everything, okay, so you're a good provider, it doesn't mean you're a good person. Just because you have tons of money and you pay for stuff doesn't mean you're a good person. It's not about that. It's not about the money. Sometimes these things just aren't enjoy enough. I think he was trying to say enough. Now I'm sitting alone in a house filled with nothing but memories and silence. The most painful part is that I feel like I can get my life back on track with a gentle nudge. Unfortunately, my wife won't give me a chance to talk one on one. Next time I see her will likely be on the other side of a conference room with lawyers. Maybe I've changed. Maybe we've both changed. All I know is that I still love her and it hurts every day. I just want my life back. Alright, hang on. And another post. There's another freaking post to this story. Okay. Am I the asshole for insisting my girlfriend be allowed to pick on my children? Oh my gosh, this is gonna be something. June 29th, 2022. I, a 35 male, have recently separated, divorce not finalized, with my wife, 31 female. We have two primary school age boys together, which I have custody of, one weekend a fortnight, Friday to Monday morning, which I think a fortnight is like every 2 weeks. I work fairly long hours, and every week my team goes out for dinner and drinks on Friday night. It's important team bonding, and I feel these sessions are a critical part of my job. My girlfriend Jane, who is 25 female, is a primary school teacher from a different school to my boys. I recently filled out a form with my boys' school to designate Jane as a guardian for purposes of picking up and dropping off my boys at school. I commute the other way to my work on Mondays, whereas Jane works at a school near our boys' school. With the current custody arrangements, it's only one pick up and drop off a fortnight if Jane was able to do it. Unbeknownst to me, the school sent the form to my ex-wife for her signature. My ex is now super mad at me. From my perspective, Jane is a perfectly acceptable person to look after her boys, as she is my girlfriend, a qualified educator, and the boys get along well with her. She only has to pick them up and drop them off and maybe look after them for less than 2 hours without my presence. My ex says I'm an asshole in saying that I'm trying to shirk my responsibilities. I don't think that is fair. My ex is going through her lawyers to specifically write to me saying they prohibit this. I think she is overreacting because she is jealous. Am I the asshole here? Verdict removed before verdict rendered. We're gonna have to look at the comments on this. Thanks for posting. Blah 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 blah. View all comments. Please, please view all comments. Thank you. Alright. You're the asshole. You don't have a great track record as a parent. Yes, I remember you as the asshole who, 1, abandoned his first kid. 2, when the first kid's mom died, he went to live with you. You got super pissed that you wouldn't share a game console he bought with his own money with your other kids after they broke a controller. He ended up selling it to circumvent your threats to him. 3, you got mad at the first kid over petty stuff on his birthday, grounded him, and then ate the food he ordered for himself. Now you won't do your parental duty with your other kids. You are also an asshole for 1, trying to dictate what your wife should wear, 2, harassing your wife when she left you, and 3, punching your own brother. If your soon to be ex wife files for sole custody, there's a good chance she will get it. Dude, get help and a new personality. Wait, is this the PS5 guy? Unfortunately, yes. OMG, I just read some of his other posts. Just wow. I kind of hope he finds some help. So do most people of Reddit. He is now beefing with people beyond his family. This guy is a train wreck. Keep going and you'll lose custody of your kids. You're the asshole.
Ugh.
You're the asshole. They are your kids, not your girlfriend's. Considering your time with them is limited now, you would think that a good father would take every opportunity to see them, but I guess enjoying drinks with work colleagues is more important to you. Let's not forget the financial and emotional abuse you put your former family through. The fact that your ex wife lets you see the kids at all is a mystery to me. As soon as they become teenagers and have opinions of their own. I have no doubt that you're going to pull the same controlling, abusive crap as you did with your eldest child. I hope your girlfriend leaves you before you manipulate her into being your new trophy wife to show off at work functions. Okay, I do like that. I really like that he hardly ever sees these kids now because that means his influence is extremely limited in what he can do because he's clearly just a controlling manipulative asshole and I was worried that he was going to screw up these kids, but they're only 5 and 7, so I think they're going to be okay like as far as being screwed up by as far as like their dad being mean and then it just turning them into being mean people when they grow up because of nurture or whatever. Anyway, info. Genuine question. What have you done to make amends with your eldest child? Considering you haven't so much as mentioned him in these posts since he moved out, and how you were unanimously voted you're the asshole by both Reddit and your family, have you finally figured out where you went wrong as a parent? Also, it seemed like you've just been continually posting, getting voted you're the asshole, and not learning anything from it, with this being at least your third time posting on Am I the Asshole? What have you done in the way of self improvement? Edit, you're the asshole for blaming your eldest for your marital problems. I don't understand how you haven't realized that everything that's happened are the consequences of your actions and your actions alone. You abandoned your son, you hid his existence from your wife, and then when the truth came out about your selfish actions, you blame him for the crime of existing? I don't know how to put this more plainly than other commenters already have, but you desperately need therapy. Find some way to figure out why you always felt so entitled and controlling, then some way to correct it. Otherwise, nothing will change. Your new girlfriend and even your sons will realize what kind of person you are and will leave you behind. All that's going to be left for you is an empty house and the tattered remains of your life. But hey, at least you showed your kid the pecking order. It's at least the fourth. First, the game console issue. He made his own post after he learned about his eldest post. Second, when he ate the food his eldest ordered on his birthday. Third, asked if he was the asshole over buying a dress for his wife because she wanted to wear a pantsuit to one of his work events. Then this is the fourth. Details about the divorce are scattered to other subreddits. Oh, and also a post from his eldest kid. You can't give up a boys' night at once every couple of weeks for your kids? Wow, you're the asshole. Yep. Yep, you're the asshole still. I hope your new girlfriend sees your post history. And then it's all been deleted. Someone needs to show her the collection post of everything. Dunno who, though. Poor girl, for real. Best of Redditor Updates got you back. Oh, damn. I'm so glad that Best of Redditor Updates gifted me this story. Alright. And now I'm back at Best of Redditor Updates. I'm just gonna. Alright. There's another post. My soon to be ex wife is not happy with my holiday plans. July 13th, 2022. Hey, this was posted on my birthday. My wife and I have been separated for about 6 months, but not divorced. We were together for 10 years. Wait. Hmm. Okay, that's weird. Huh. Wait. Okay, in the last post, he listed the ages as he was a 35 male and his wife was a 31 female, but now he says he's male 31 and his wife is 27. That doesn't make sense. Did they age backwards somehow? Or is he just trolling? I I don't know, whatever. My wife and I have been separated for about 6 months, but not divorced. We were together for 10 years. It was more, I thought it was 8 years. We have two primary school aged boys. She has more custody than I do at the moment because of my work schedule, but my aim is to work towards joint custody. We came to an agreement to split the school holidays between us. I have the first week and her the second. Wait, 2 weeks? You mean 2 months, right? I had such a blast with the boys during my week playing games and watching movies with them at my new apartment. Just before my wife's week commenced, I asked if we could all do a few things together, go watch a movie, have a meal together, etc. It would be nice for the boys to see their parents get along after all. To my shock, My wife said that she had already booked a holiday for the boys, and I would have no access to them for the entire week. What week? There's month? Month, you mean? Fortunately, my eldest boy told me that my wife had organized a cruise for them. To make things worse, it was the cruise that me and my wife had talked about taking us when we were together. I was I was admittedly very hurt that my wife would take my dream family holiday without me. She's not your wife anymore, dude. You're getting divorced and she doesn't want anything to do with you. She doesn't like interacting with you and she doesn't like you as a person and I don't blame her. I took time off work and also booked apart from my personal feelings, I was mainly concerned about the safety of her taking two boys by herself. A lot can happen on a cruise ship. I didn't know if she was going to be alone or with a boyfriend or a group, so my main goal is to ensure the safety of my boys. What the fuck is happening? I took time off work and also booked a cabin on that same ship. Luckily, there were plenty of vacancies. I don't want to be intrusive of my wife's time with the boys, but I thought it was a sweet gesture, and I can at least look after the boys while she gets a massage or wants some time alone. She wants to spend the time with her children, okay? You 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 are just okay. When I surprised her on the ship, I, okay, I even got a VIP cabin suite so the boys can have room to sleep over. When I surprised her on the ship, she went apeshit ballistic at me. Okay, um, jeez. When I surprised her on the ship, she went apeshit ballistic at me. In fact, she screeched so loud that security had to intervene, and we were all interviewed separately by the head of security. The head of security seemed to immediately take my wife's side, white knight, and told me to stay away from my family. But I mean, it's a ship. I've just been hanging in my room for the last few days, but I'm not sure the direction from security is enforceable. Obviously, my wife has once again misinterpreted my nice gesture. I didn't go on the cruise to interrupt her trip, merely to make life easier for her to enjoy herself while spending time with the boys. Any advice for me? Yeah, just get therapy. Get therapy and stay away from your wife. She doesn't want anything to do with you. Any advice for me? Too long didn't wait. I booked a holiday similar to my wife's, separated so I can hang out with my boys, and she did not take it well. Okay. Yeah, blah. Oh my god, we have to check out the comments. I want to know the comments. I want to see what the comments say. We're gonna find the comments. Okay, this was on r/relationship advice. This one was actually surprisingly not deleted. Alright, hang on. Oh my god. Alright, what the fuck is the matter with you? You abandon your first kid, don't tell your wife he exists, and then treat him like shit when he has to move in with you after his mom dies. Then your wife realizes you're such a piece of shit after the way you treated your son. Lied to her and tried to manipulate her, then you basically stalk her trying to get her back, all the while having a new girlfriend that you think is appropriate to have pick up your children from school alone. And now, after your wife graciously agreed to split the holiday time with you, and she allows you your own alone time with the children, you decide to then stalk her again to your own vacation, and horn in on her alone time with the children. Jesus, you have issues, and I wouldn't be surprised if a restraining order was coming with the way you seem to treat people like possessions instead of individuals with feelings of their own. I'm surprised that hasn't happened yet. I'm honestly shocked that hasn't happened yet. Thank you, I knew I recognized this guy. OP, you have no goddamn boundaries. This is abuse and creepy as hell. After everything you put her through, I hope she wipes the floor with you in court when all is said and done. I'm usually for 50-50 custody as well, but in your case, after all you've done and so flippantly posted on Reddit, like you are so narcissistic. Yeah, batshit crazy to think you should have anything but supervised custody at this point. And you're completely lacking in whatever part of your brain is responsible for empathy, and that's far more dangerous for your kids to absorb than being on a damn cruise with their mom. You need therapy for real. Get your shit together or never talk to them again and pay out the ass to the end of time. Edited typos. And then, oh my god, OP responded to this original comment saying, "That's not what happened. I've deleted all those previous posts. How do you people keep following me? That is what happened. That's everything you've told us. Just because you delete them doesn't mean they didn't happen." LOL, OP is so narcissistic, he cannot see the error of his own ways, even if his life depended on it. No, I say a few things and people extrapolate what they want from it. They haven't seen my wife and I at our best, and that was OP. You mean the times you were manipulating and lying to her? We have seen your best, and it's terrible. What best? When you lied and manipulated her? When you told her what to wear to functions? When you creepily stalked her at her workplace and her parents' home? She doesn't think it's enough. Get this through your head. What you think of as the good times aren't enough for her to look past your increasingly entitled and pushy behavior. Just because you thought you could pin her down and make her into a trophy wife doesn't mean she has to hang around when she realizes you're a lying, angry man who is spoiled and selfish. Okay. So I have to say, if I was the wife in this situation, I probably would have set out the restraining order when he was stalking me at in the first place, trying to get me back. But if I hadn't, then I would definitely be putting in a restraining order now after he stopped me on the freaking cruise ship with the kids, and also I just want to say she's allowed to have alone time with the boys apparently, but she's not allowed the same thing. No, she has to share her alone time with the boys with OP. This is so unfair, and he deserves to not have a marriage anymore. And then someone says, "Oh my god, you are the dumbest fuck I ever did see. Best summary ever, lol." What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Do you really not see how effed up your actions are? Are you that blinded by your own self-righteousness that you can't take a second to look at it from an outside perspective? Also, it's pretty easy to tell it's you. The way you describe and act, it can only be one person. Alright, I think as far as that goes, the story is over. The PS5 saga is over. So it started with the PS5, and then it went way more. I thought it was gonna be just a whole PS5 saga involving the kid, like a whole like I thought every single one of the updates was gonna be about the PS5, and it was gonna be the story of following this PS5 and also the main kid with the PS5. But no, the kid's dad was actually the main character of this saga, and Jonah was like a secondary character or something, even though he was at the start of the story, but he wasn't there later on in the story, at least not nearly as much. Like the fact that the dad didn't even mention what anything about his son after he moved out and after his marriage ended and all that, it shows really just what kind of father he is and what kind of person he is and what kind of husband he is, and he clearly doesn't care about his son, and he's just gonna he's prob she and the people in the comments are right. He's probably just gonna start being an asshole to his kids once they turn into teenagers and they have their own thoughts and opinions. He's probably gonna start being controlling and manipulative with them too. Anyway, I'm just making sure that the story is over. It is indeed over, but I think it's time to dive into the comments, and this is the best of Redditor's update version as far as comments go. That's not what happened. I deleted all these previous posts. How do you people keep following me? This comment on the holiday post is gold. That's not the truth because I deleted it. Is surely a take of all time. Damn, it's a good thing he needed help setting up a Reddit account in the first place. Otherwise, he might have set up another one, and we might not be able to connect the dots between all these. LOL. True, though the only thing he did was change the ages, which, well, with the other things he said related to his other posts, was completely useless. LMAO. Okay, so he did that on purpose, so he wouldn't be recognized. Jeez, I'm glad someone else noticed the wife's ages bouncing up and down. Haha. The username changed too. Did it? I thought the idiot dad had always used his original username, which actually his username makes the changing ages even more stupid. He literally put his birth year in it, LMAO. Oh my god, he did. Ugh, forced myself to scroll through again. It's the post about the wife not wanting to wear the formal dress that he bought and tailored behind her back. Oh, that! It's the same account. Reddit usernames are not case sensitive, even if it does keep the capitalization you used. So if you tag me as my username, it'll bring you to my account even if my username is all in lowercase. Today I learned. Thanks, fellow editor. Uh, New comment thread. Obviously, my wife has misinterpreted my nice gesture. I'm gonna puke. Here's what I read. My ex-wife is absolutely sick of my shit and has gone so far as to book a vacation on a boat in the middle of the ocean to get away. Obviously, I thought my best course of action would be to get on the boat with her. She would love that. Not just get on the boat, but surprise her when there was no escape. She wouldn't say no to getting back together with him because of the implication. Is this woman in danger? What are we looking at? You're certainly not in any danger. So they are in danger. No one's in any danger. How can I make that any more clear to you? It's an implication of danger. What? Okay, new comment thread. New comment thread. I remember the dress post when it first happened. We were all screaming at him that he bought the fucking dress for him, not her. This guy's a massive entitled dickhead, and having grown up in Australia, I recognize the type from a mile away. The head of security seemed to immediately take my wife's side. White knight, and this had me rolling. This man's density makes neutron stars look weak. This man's density makes neutron stars look weak. The way I just cackled. Need that on a shirt, to be honest. If it was just this isolated incident, I would have assumed the ex-wife wrote it from the ex-husband's perspective, just to get validation for how stupid his behavior was. But then you look at all of it together, and it's oh no, dear God, this guy never learns. Somebody save his family from him. I really hope the ex-wife and stepson stay in contact. I think they could have had a wonderful relationship had she known he existed from the start, and things were different. She seems loving, and he seems like a pretty normal kid. Hopefully they stay connected so he can know his siblings. Given that the crazy husband never told the wife or his family about the older kid, and the fact that the older boy is living with the uncle and his family, and that his wealthy family will not support him with the family lawyer for the divorce, crazy ex-husband is likely to be cut off from his wealthy parents and siblings in favor of the sons and maybe the ex-wife. He has probably been a self-centered a-hole this whole life, and the only his whole life, and the only thing keeping him tied to his wealthy family were his wife and his children. Alright. I think we're done here. We're done. That was absolutely insane. I think I want to read one more story. Oh my gosh. Kind of a long one. You know what? I'm gonna read this last story tomorrow, okay? Um, so I will see you guys tomorrow, and that'll be the last story in this Reddit, and then that'll be it. And then as for the future, okay, bye. Hey friends, I'm back. And I'm almost done with the Reddit video. I just wanted to do like maybe one or two more posts. Also, it's like 8:35 at night, so my alarm's gonna go off soon, and I just finished banning some guy from my subreddit because he was being really rude. And originally I had just muted him for a few days, and he decided to message me and be extremely rude. But if he decided to message me and he was extremely rude, even though I was being very calm and rational. And then he went online and said, the mod for this group is a fucking joke, so now he's been banned. Um, anyway, I look forward to some angry messages from him. But, you know, if he's gonna be rude, I'm probably just gonna block him. Anyway. Sorry, hang on. Anyways, no, I was just on my subreddit, like, checking some things, and I found out that the guy actually called me a fucking joke. So I decided, you know what? Fuck him. I'm gonna ban him because he's being a dick now, and I didn't want to deal with that anymore. Like I said originally, I just muted him for a few days because he ended up arguing with another user, and I didn't want to talk to him, and like I didn't want to deal with all that. And you know, when he messaged me, I thought, okay, maybe he'll be calm and rational about it because I'm being calm and rational. But no, he decided to be a total dick, and then he said that I was being what was the word? I can't remember, but that like I was just kind of brushing him off, and I don't remember what the actual thing was. Okay. This probably isn't going up tonight because I have to be in bed at midnight. And I think that since this video is over 4 hours long and now I'm doing more, that I think that just by exporting a 4 hour plus video is gonna take a long time, and I'm gonna have to be in bed by that time or before that time, and I don't think I'm gonna have time to like transfer it to MP3 and then also, I mean, transfer it to MP4 and then just also upload it. Like, I don't think I'm gonna have time to do all that. But I always transfer it to MP4 because it's way faster to transfer the video to MP4 and then have it upload to YouTube rather than just upload it to YouTube straight from AVI, which is the format that it's exported in because that's the format that my video editor saves it in. Okay, we've got a lot of stuff here, so this is like a long ass video. I'm just gonna wipe my nose. And my if my alarm goes off, I'm just gonna take a second to take my pills. And if the I did like you're allowed to write like a message to the person about why you banned them, so I just wrote that he was being really rude and I did him a favor by not immediately banning him, and then he decides to go online and call me a fucking joke and say the mod for this group is a fucking joke, and I'm like, okay, enough of your bullshit because that's just rude. I don't want to deal with that anymore, and I'm done dealing with that crap. That is not allowed on my subreddit. Like, you want to be rude to people, then go do it somewhere else, but you're not going to be doing it on my subreddit anymore. And I also said in the note, well, if you're just going to be rude, then don't bother messaging me, which is what I'm expecting. Like, he's probably going to be rude because, he's not a rational person. He's proven to me that he's not a rational person by being a total dick to me before. Sorry. Um, I also, before I read this story, I do want to say I found a stray chapter of a guardian angel on on my computer. It's chapter 96, so I'm just gonna upload that as like an individual chapter. But I think this video is gonna be the last one for the year. I just wanna like relax and enjoy my Christmas holidays. I still might record videos, but I'm just not gonna be uploading anything. I'm just gonna be like because like even though I love recording videos, the editing is always kind of stressful. I mean, it can be more or less stressful depending on the day and depending on what video I'm editing. But as far as editing videos, I already said that I wanted to just take this time to focus on my recovery. And so I think this is just going to be, to that end, I think this is just going to be the last one for the year because I think that makes the most sense. Well, this and also the stray chapter of a guardian angel that I found. So it's going to be this video, then I'm going to be uploading chapter 96, then that's going to be it for the entire year. And chapter 96 has already been recorded. I said it's just kind of sitting there in my bank waiting to be edited. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to upload it, and then that's going to be it for the year. So the last video for this year, to be clear, is going to be a chapter of a guardian angel, which I haven't recorded anything in months. And I know I said I was going to get back to it, but you know what? I'm going to get back to it in the new year because that seems, now that the year is ending and I'm kind of wrapping up things with my channel for the year anyway, and I'm planning to do a bunch of different stuff in the new year, and I think that it just makes the most sense to do it that way. And I'm going to come back to it in the new year because I think I just want to like finish up with my channel and wrap things up pretty quickly. So I'm going to post, if I can't post these videos tonight, then I'm going to post them tomorrow. And then I'm just going to like, um, wrap things up, and that's going to be it for my channel for the year, and then I'm going to see you guys in the new year. I know I said I was possibly going to do the last video of 2023, like, last year I think I did like a New Year's Eve stream and it was really long and I read some stories and stuff, but like I don't think I'm going to be doing that. I think I'm just going to skip that because I'm trying to focus on my recovery with my balance and dealing with some other things. Like I'm dealing with some other stuff that I'm going to talk about in the new year that's just been stressful. So anyway, this is probably going to be a long story because of the title, and also there's new updates. So, damn it. Wait. Okay. So this is kind of intense, and I want to warn you that this last story is gonna be intense. Maybe we'll do something wholesome at the end just to cover, just to be like, to wrap up on something wholesome. But let's read this first. I think my boyfriend is trying to baby trap me, and this one has new updates. And this person is not the OOP, so the OOP is someone else. It's just it's it's not even it's just a throwaway account. So I think my boyfriend is trying to baby trap me, and this was originally posted to r/sex and r/ off my chest and r/ genial. I think I don't really know how to pronounce that. And just no SO and r/2x chromosomes and r/true off my chest. Oh my god. Okay, there's a lot of stuff. Anyway, mood spoiler, the story ahead is rough, be warned.
Uh,
Trigger warning, emotional manipulation, emotional abuse, verbal abuse, physical abuse and sexual abuse, rape, infertility, murder threats, and revenge porn, birth control, tampering. Oh boy, this is gonna get intense. You know what? No, we're not going to read this one. We're going to read something else. I would like to. Okay, I don't want to end on this, and I know I said I might read one more after this, but I'm gonna find something cute. Can we get something wholesome, please? Um, so I'm trying to find something wholesome here. I'm just gonna. I saved like so many posts. All right. Hmm. All right. Or at least something less intense. Alright. I'm literally just trying to find something kind of wholesome. Okay. Why is it so hard to find something wholesome? Okay. Mmm. Mm. Yeesh. Okay. Yeah, I know it's. Sorry, I know it's annoying, but like. Oh, here we go. Here's something. Oh man. Okay. 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 So this is going to be the last story. We'll read that other story in the new year when I come back with my Reddit videos and some other stuff. Okay, best of Redditor updates. Like I've saved literally so many videos that I could make like a 20-part series and like every time I go on Reddit, I like save new stories. So the amount of stories I have uploaded, the amount of stories I have saved is insane and could cover so many videos for like we're gonna have so many hours of Reddit to read, and that's not even counting the new subreddits that that I'm planning to look at in the new year. Neighbor left his cat to me, a dog person, and this one is concluded. So it was originally posted in r/cat advice, and this person says they're not OP, so we're gonna do this. Okay, neighbor left his cat to me, a dog person. This is in April 2022. There's no exact date. It just says April 2023. So, yeah, 2023, not 2022. Did I say 2022?
uh,
Oh, sorry, excuse me. So, as the title says, I'm usually a dog person, but last week my neighbor asked if we could take care of his cat because he was leaving the country and won't be back for years. At first, I wanted to say no because I, a grown man, was scared of cats, but my neighbor practically begged and said he's been running around for days looking for someone to take the cat in to no avail. Anyways, it's been a week now, and so far, so good. I can see her slowly warming up. She's been demanding pets, and this morning she jumped on my keyboard while I was in a meeting with my boss. I'm just a bit curious and looking for advice on how to earn her trust, since I read somewhere that cats take longer to adjust and trust a new caretaker. What are the usual signals that they trust you? Where to pet? How to ask her to stop scratching me? How to get her to come to me because I've been seeing my ass off, and so far she's rarely comes when called. Some videos if y'all like to see her. Um, I obviously can't share those. Any advice will help because she still scares me sometimes. LMAO. Thanks. The comments offer some excellent advice on cat care and communication, and one of the comments says, it sounds like you have a great addition to your family. Cats generally come to like you. Cats generally like to come to you. Some are super friendly and ready for love. Usually, though, they need to come to you in their own time. Just be steady with her and gentle. And there's a little winky face. And then OOP says, yeah, they do. She comes near, meows, and then stares deeply into my soul. And then another comment says, if she jumped on your keyboard, she loves and trusts you. Hello, cat lover. OOP replies, at first I thought that was just her attempt to tell me I'm her slave now, like a dominance thing, lol. So, 5 months later, in September of 2023, he posted an update. So, some of you may be familiar with my first post. Since my last post, she's totally invaded my life, gotten pretty comfortable with the environment and the people around. She also cozied up to me a lot more, haha. She would jump in bed with me at night demanding cuddles and pets before I sleep, and in the morning she would wake me up in the morning by clawing my ass and not stopping meowing until I fed her. All throughout the day she would have her little adventures, going God knows where, but comes back from time to time to meow and ask for pets. Growing up, I never had cats because we were much more of a dog family, but I find that it's like having a roommate. She lives her own life, but stays nearby all the time for pets and little talks. She naps all the time. At first, I got really worried and thought she was sick, but people say it's normal for cats. Sometimes I would ask her questions to find she's napping under my desk or beside me. When she wakes up, she would sit up first and then start clawing at my legs for pets. We also seemed to develop a chirp. Whenever I tried to call her, I started to chirp and would do a better job at calling her attention for my name. It's quite funny because no matter how far across from me in a room or whatever she may be doing, when I do our little chirp, her head would do a full 180 and her ears would stick out. I also decided to remove her collar because I don't think she's comfortable with it. Plus, I think she knows I'm a human now, so she's got to come back to me after her little cat errands around the neighborhood. Aw. Lastly, she slow blinks at me all the time. Haha. I told I was told it I was told it's a sign that they care about you, so I also started doing it to her, and without fail, she'll blink back like a little coded message. I just want to say, if you're gonna take her collar off, especially if you're gonna take her collar off, but just in general, you should microchip the cat, or if she has a little. Anyway, so everything's been going good so far, and I hope she thinks the same way too. Here are some recent pictures of her, and maybe I might try and pull this post up on my computer so I can save the pictures and maybe the videos. But like, if I can't, then you guys can go find it yourself. Maybe I'll put the link to the post in the comments so that you guys can just go find it. Thanks to everyone who gave their advice on my first post. And then there was a comment that says, what a sweetie, so happy for you guys. I will say this, a collar is the most effective way to get your cat returned to you if she gets lost. But if she really does seem bothered by it, make sure to get her microchipped if she hasn't been yet. There was a long conversation in the comments about collars. OOP did not say whether he had gotten a new collar for the cat. Um, so I'm gonna try and see if I can get to the original post because I would love to see. Okay, yes, the post is still here. So we are at the original post in r/cat advice because I want to read some of the comments. And someone says, your neighbor knows you better than you know yourself. OP replied, let's hope that's a good thing. And then the commenter says, you will be awesome. Her being up in your business and laying with you in bed are good signs that she trusts you. I'm sorry, I love this person's username. It said their username is PM me your right nipple. I don't know why specifically the right nipple. Anyway, all cats have a different spot for petting you. You just gotta find it and pay attention. My boy likes his forehead and chin scratched and his cheeks rubbed, but will swat at you if you touch his belly or behind his tail. My girl loves her belly rubbed and pretty much lets me pet her anywhere, while a lot of cats will destroy you if you touch their belly. To avoid scratching, don't play with your hands. If you play with your hands, they will become toys. Get toys that she can destroy. Cats are independent and don't really feel a need to come to when called. My cats don't really react to pss, 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 because I never did that. They mostly react to me whistling for them. Saying their name is an easy way to get them to look up at me. On the subject of toys, Oh, this is a comment from OP. On the subject of toys, is it true that they like yarn balls? Sorry, my knowledge of cat toys comes from Cartoon Network. And then there's some replies. Soft, small balls are a good toy, but yarn is actually unsafe because if cat swallows string, it can back up their intestines and actually kill the cat. If your cat ever does swallow something like yarn, it's important to take them to a vet. You can play with a cat with a string, but just keep it away from the cat when you're unsupervised. Oh my god, I did not know that. That's good to know. Fun fact, the right level of Chaos Gremlin can also manage to make yarn dangerous by wrapping it down a flight of stairs around the dining room table, around the coffee table, back up the stairs, and tie themselves to the railing in 5 minutes. Basically, any ball is a big hit. You don't even have to buy them. Big hits with my foster kittens were tinfoil scrunched up, ping pong balls, love those, candy wrappers scrunched in a ball. So when I had my kitten and I gave her away to the shelter, which I had to do because of my living situation, and it was just emotionally and physically unhealthy for both of us, and I couldn't do anything for myself. Luckily, the pandemic came, and then my mom invited me to move back in for that, so I got away from my sister. Um, but I was planning to like figure out a new place at the end of our 1 year lease anyway. Um, but anyway, it doesn't matter. But I had to give her away to the shelter, and I made sure I gave her with all her toys because I was really serious about making sure she had her toys, and I was telling the shelter even like this is her favorite ball, so please whoever takes her like let them adopt her with her toys and stuff. And then so she had her toys with her when she went to the shelter, and there was this favorite ball. She had a favorite toy. She had this little ball that she would like carry around. It was from the pet store. But there was a favorite ball that she would carry around the house with such authority. Like, I own this place and I own this ball, and this is my favorite ball. And she loved it. Like, she would pound. She was a kitten, so she was like super active, and she would like play fetch with herself. Like she would like bat the ball around and then go after it and like catch it in her mouth. Like when I was going to sleep, I would turn off the lights and she would still be like playing. So I sometimes I would feel her jump like from the bed to the floor or back or whatever. I would feel her jumping around or hear her jumping around, and then like at in the morning when I woke up, she was sleeping on the bed.
uh,
So like I would fall asleep when she was still playing because, she's in a new place and she doesn't realize, okay, it's time to go to bed. So I would just leave her to do her cat stuff, and then usually when I woke up, she would just be sleeping on the bed. I mean, and also interestingly enough, she never woke me up for food. She was always just resting on the bed whenever I woke up. So whatever time I woke up was the time she woke up. And I'm sure in time she would have developed a routine and stuff. Honestly, it makes me feel bad because if I had just waited a few more months, and I was saying this to my mom too, but if I had just waited a few more months, I would have still had a cat because a few months later it was when the pandemic happened, and then my mom invited me to move back in. So that was really unfortunate. Well, no, it was fortunate because I was saved from my sister, but then also like it was unfortunate because I feel like I got rid of my cat for no reason. I don't know. It's whatever anyway, but doesn't matter. But they say you're not a cat person until you live with a cat. And my living with a cat moment was when I was in foster care. We were in foster care for somewhere about, I can't remember if it was 8 months or 10 months, but I I think it was more like 10 months because wait, was it 10 months? I don't know. I know we were put into foster care in October, and then we were there for Christmas, and I'm pretty sure we were there for my birthday too. Yeah, we were there for my birthday, so it was probably more around 10 months. Anyway, the point is, when we lived in foster care for that short time until we were reunited with our mom, then they had a cat. We were actually in one foster home first, and they actually moved us because they thought this second foster home would be a better fit for us, and it was amazing. These like they had there were the foster parents, and then there were three teenage boys who also lived there, and it was great. Like it was actually really great, and the parents, this foster family was great, and they were so nice too. I mean, the foster dad was a little more like strict and like not playing games or whatever, but like the foster mom was the sweetest, and we lost contact after a while, but we were in contact for quite a while after I left. But yeah, they had a cat, and that's when I really fell in love with cats. And I really became like more of a cat person than a dog person. And I actually bought a little laser pointer specifically to play with this cat and do the little laser thing. Do the laser pointer with the cat. Like I specifically bought it just to play with the cat. But also there were a lot of cat toys and we had fun. But I love that cat. And they named the cat I think they named the cat Princess because they thought it was a girl, but then later they found out it was a boy, but they kept the name Princess. So now they just had a male cat named Princess. That was like I was like 15, so that was like 14 years ago. Anyway, I'm gonna go, and this has been a very fun time, but I have to go. I'm gonna take my pills. I'm gonna do whatever I have to do because it's 9 o'clock, and I'm gonna get ready for the night, and I'm gonna try and export this video too. Um, I won't be uploading it tonight because it's like way too late, unless I can somehow get the video exported and change it to MP4 and then like upload it in less than 3 hours, which I don't think is going to happen. So it's going to be this, and then chapter 96 of A Guardian Angel, which once again has been recorded a long time ago, like probably months ago by now. I don't remember recording it. That's how long it's been. Um, and in the new year, I'm gonna have a lot of stuff going on. Like I'm gonna have reviews. I'm gonna be exploring new subreddits. I already saved a bunch of posts from like other subreddits that I want to explore in the new year. So I'm gonna get that going. And like I said, I might even record some videos in the next few weeks and then just upload them in the new year. But they might just not be recorded. They might be recorded, just not uploaded anyway. And oh. Anyway, so I love each and every one of you guys. Please don't forget to always be yourself. You are valid. Please don't forget to be good to yourself and to others, and I will see all you guys in the next video. And Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I will see you guys in the new year. Bye.